Hello and a very good morning to you. Our feature group coverage this weekend at the Genesis Scottish Open, and we're starting with the fifth two-ball out this morning. We've got the Players' Champion Cameron Smith and Scotland's most recent winner on the DP World Tour, Euan Ferguson.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 5. On the tee, the winner of the Players' Championship from Australia, Cameron Smith.
Well, so good to hear. Big crowd this early in the morning for only the fifth two-ball out. I'm Richard Kaufman, Sam Torrance alongside me as we see the Australian get our feature group coverage underway.
Very nice opener for Cam Smith, just a rescue down the first.
On the tee from Scotland, Euan Ferguson.
It was a nice cheer for the Players' Champion, but when there's a Scotsman on the tee, it's always going to get a little louder, Sam.
Absolutely. Especially in Scotland. Driver for Ferguson, a bit more aggressive. Both players on +3.
Yeah, 464-yard par 4 opener. That's nicely down the right side from Euan Ferguson. 50 years since the very first edition of the Genesis Scottish Open. And this week, we're celebrating a new chapter.
Scotland, full of history, iconic moments, and has created sporting legends. Golf is home.
The Rolex Series resumes
with a new part of history.
This is the first ever DP World Tour and PGA Tour co-sanctioned event.
The race for DP World Tour ranking points. FedEx Cup points.
And the Genesis Scottish Open trophy. Starts now.
Yeah, history being made, co-sanctioned for the first time between the DP World and PGA Tours this week, counting then to both the DP World Tour rankings and the FedEx standings, and a lot of points up for grabs given its Rolex Series status. We're at the Renaissance Club for the Genesis Scottish Open, 4th year in a row on the southern shore of the Firth of Forth in East Lothian. The other pairing of our feature groups, game number 6, are on their way to the first tee. Hao Tong Lee, a winner on his last start on the DP World Tour, and Russell Knox, the only Scot to have won a World Golf Championship event. So nice Scottish feel to our feature group coverage, Sam.
There certainly is, one in each group. They're trying to get a better round today. They've both just made the cut on the mark, so room for improvement. And a lovely morning it is too.
It's going to be a late afternoon before these guys go off. 3:40 the last tee off time.
3:40 last match, yes. All the wind could be gone by then. It could be snowing. It could be anything.
Well, the forecast, and I'm sure you are interested in the forecast. You can see another Scotsman's got off to a nice start. A couple of birdies early on for Mark Warren at the first and third. He was in the first pairing out with Guido Migliozzi. The forecast is for it to be breezy here this morning, and then maybe the windiest it gets is when those leaders go off, maybe around 6 o'clock this evening, getting up to about 20 miles an hour, maybe 25 miles an hour in gusts.
Yeah, that'll be the toughest part of the day. It'll get quite cold then as well.
Well, as you can see, Euan Ferguson was down the right side, but he's found that bunker. 305 yards to reach it. Nicely in position for Cameron Smith, and I'm sure very nicely in position and enjoying the early morning sunshine is Incy Mehmet. Hi, Incy.
Good morning, Richard. It really is a glorious day. Feels like a complete different type of game compared to yesterday. Much windier yesterday morning, much calmer today, so far anyway. Cam Smith, 183 yards to go. Pin is at the back. You do have a backstop to protect you. I'd imagine just eyeing up anything left of this pin, it's there to help. If there's any sort of wind, it's down off your left from an uphill slope, so as we go up in the air, I'd imagine stopping pretty quickly.
Lovely balance to his swing, Cam Smith. Gorgeous iron player. And what a putter to add to it. One of the best strokes you've seen.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, not much of a choice there for Euan Ferguson, finding that bunker, just having to get it back into play. Smith with rounds of 68-75, Ferguson 67-76, one of 72 players that made the cut at 3 over par. They are on that mark, and fair to say, good crowds, and also fair to say the draw favoured those that went out in the morning afternoon wave. Only 26 players of the 72 that made the cut came from the afternoon morning wave.
It happens in seaside golf, doesn't it, in links golf, the weather. And the ones that played in the afternoon, as you just said, 3 shots harder first day in the afternoon from the morning.
I was in Qatar when Euan had that fantastic finish, eagle par birdie to win the Qatar Masters.
Yeah.
129 yards left for Euan Ferguson. Usually a gap wedge, but because it's downwind and a back pin, I'd imagine he's clubbing down to 56. You can pretty much go straight at it with this pin position.
Oh, fabulous from Ferguson, and hopefully can escape with a par from Bearsden on the outskirts of Glasgow. Know that area, Sam?
What did you call it?
Bearsden.
That's close. Bearsden.
Well, listen, that's why you're here, Sam. Put me right.
Oh dear. Yes, it's just outside Glasgow. I don't know it that well, but it's a nice place.
But
Glasgow.
It's been a great start to his DP World Tour career. It was when he won in Qatar, it was only 6th start as a member.
Well,
and to come out and get that win.
Get the win under your belt straight away. Excellent.
And one of the big things of winning that is that he knew that meant he was in this Genesis Scottish Open, because things have changed this year with it being a PGA Tour and a DP World Tour event. As a Challenge Tour graduate, he wasn't going to be in automatically.
No, I mean, people in sort of 67th, I think 68th position the money last year weren't getting in because it's co-sanctioned with Americans. They're getting, I'm not sure many of them get in, but it was certainly a hard event to qualify for. But as you say, winning Qatar gave him many things.
Out on Lee, limbering up. Alistair Scott is our starter. Grandstand's full, isn't it, there on the first tee?
This is game number 6. On the tee from China, Tong Lee.
Now a 3-time DP World Tour winner. And I think if you saw him win in Germany a couple of weeks ago, fair to say he enjoyed the moment.
He was definitely excited, that's for sure. He was completely and utterly gone. I mean, what a way to win it, though. He held about a 40-footer up a slope on the playoff. And he really enjoyed it, I have to be honest. Who wouldn't? Had real problems with his driver. Hao Tong Lee dropped down outside the top 300 in the world. But once a winner, you never forget. That was a beauty, straight down the middle.
Keep on running.
The tee from Scotland, Russell Knox.
Just an iron for Russell, keep the bunker out of play. Not sure. We'll find out very shortly.
Here's a bunker over on that left side. Birdie putt here for Cameron Smith. We got to watch him, didn't we, Sam, day one, and he started with enough holes, some really good putts early on.
He really does have a beautiful putting stroke, great rhythm to it. Great reader of greens, good pace, does it all the right way.
Birdied 4 of his first 7 holes this week, but he's only had 1 yesterday. So they dried up a little bit since we saw him in action in our featured group coverage. Smith has tapped it, so this for Ferguson to join in with an opening par 4.
Good third shot in for Euan. Could make a day or break a day, and that's a great putt. They feel very happy with that. Good save, drove it in the bunker.
And it's a big deal for him as well, playing with someone like Cameron Smith.
Oh, absolutely. Tournament champions winner, yeah, absolutely. TPC, sorry. At Sawgrass.
3:40 the tee time. Cameron Tringali, 61 day 1. Had a tough spell around the turn yesterday, 4 bogeys in a row, but he steadied the ship. And as he was after round 1, he'll start round 3 with a 3-shot lead.
Second tee, Cameron Smith. It's not just great fun to play with a player as good as Cameron Smith. It's what can you learn from him? What can you watch today and learn and install it into your own game? That's the key to playing with a great player. Get as much information out of it as you can.
Lovely drive from Smith. Super par save in the end, NC from Euan Ferguson.
Brilliant putt, wasn't it? Downhill, under pressure. You always want to start strong as well. So to find the bunker, walk away with a putt, that's a huge bonus. Euan Ferguson, I'd imagine with a big dog in hand, playing back towards the clubhouse. Winds into off your left. You want to be favouring that left half of the fairway with this wind. It's curving back in nicely.
Well, he did avoid the bunker, but only just. Russell Knox.
Awkward stance.
70's front. To take that bunker out of play is another 10. Or not, actually, that's the top, like, one. We want to probably pitch this at least 80. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I mean, I think with this wind, too, you can...
I think number 1 is get it over this.
Yeah. Good and solid.
Matt Hauser, the caddy of Russell Knox. Almost like a baseball shot.
Go.
That's okay. Great shot from where he was, to be honest.
That's okay.
Huge drive from Outdong Lee. Just throwing a wedge in here.
369 yards down the first, right down the middle,
Well,
99 yards in.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? 361.
69.
My goodness me.
And this is a guy that only hit 2 fairways all day yesterday. 1 out of 1 so far.
That's a good start. That's a big drive. Not even any wind, no helping wind. It's off the right. It did run a long way though, didn't it?
Okay, they've added a yard on our graphic there. They're giving him 370. Why not? Round it up. It's one of those where I don't think we've got any Mandarin between the two of us, have we, in understanding what they're saying?
No. Well, certainly not me.
It's certainly not me.
I know that Sam is 3 in Chinese, so if you want a beer, just ask for Sam beer. You get 3 of them.
Well, Houghton Lee would like a Sam here as well.
Yes.
And he might get one.
Very nice, good approach. Getting better. It's his first outing since he won in Germany.
Two lovely tee shots from our feature group of Euan Ferguson and Cameron Smith. That left-hand pin position today. Still a lot of club in, isn't it, Incy?
It's playing long, 211 yards, but it's playing at least a club and a half into wind. It's the hybrid. Tough pin to get at today.
Good long iron there, a rescue club. With Ferguson.
200 yards for Cameron Smith, playing more like 220 to be honest. Should be the 4-iron. Pin front left. You've got a bunker just short left of this pin as well, and a false front. So, like I said, difficult to get at this flag. I'd imagine just right at the pin would be a popular spot.
Sam, when you're in this position, you're on the cut mark. Can you go out there thinking, I'm only 10 behind, big weekend, I can still win?
Oh, 1,000,000%. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure you're thinking you can win, but you can certainly get yourself a lot closer and put yourself in a position to try and win tomorrow. But 62 or 3 today, and you're going to find yourself in an amazing shape get into the last round.
Conditions maybe not as tough as yesterday, but they're still not easy.
No, but they're going to get harder as the day goes on. So you're thinking, you're right now, I've got the best of the day, the best of the greens. Let's make as much of it as we can.
Now, did you see the club in the hand there? The broom handle.
Yes, we were talking about that this morning, weren't
It's
we?
the first time that Russell Knox has used the broom handle putter in competition. His wife, Angela, said, "You're a terrible putter, do something about it."
It's only a baby long putter though, isn't it?
Well, he went with the 47 first of all, and then he felt uncomfortable. He's gone with 40-inch putter now. We'll talk more about that as obviously we go on, but it's a...
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch him wield it and see what method he does use with it. It's, there's many forms of putting with a long putter. People think that the long putter was banned. It wasn't. It's the anchoring that was banned.
Now, you never know what you're going to get with Hao Tong Lee. He's capable of shooting 62 or 80, never quite sure.
Just like a box of chocolates.
Good feel that.
Yeah. It's not a difficult one here for Lee, just probably inside right. Nice easy opener. Well done, Hao Tong Lee. Birdie the first. You can't birdie them all if you don't birdie the first.
In his Open debut, shot a 63 at Royal Birkdale. I mean, he's got his Sam, he's got his 3, as you told me that was...
Off and running. It's a lovely way to start your round. You know, it's created momentum immediately.
Well, 370 off the tee, 100 yards in. Hold an 8-footer for birdie. He doesn't get much better than that.
The second hole, comes straight back. First hole goes straight down, then you just turn around and come straight back up to the second. Similar length to the first. Incy, it's a nicer morning.
It's much nicer, definitely. I've not gone for the warm gilet this time, so it's not as cold as yesterday. But like you said earlier, it's still a challenging day out here on the links. Especially when they tuck away these pin positions, given how much undulation there is, you really do have to hit it in the correct spots. Cam Smith putting from the front right portion through a sway. It's going to go back up this tier, but break right to left all the way. A little bit into the wind as well. So we'll have to give this something. It's almost a full swing.
Not too bad from that distance, get it up to about 6 feet.
Watch out. Excuse me. Hello.
Watch
Hello.
out. Watch out.
Hi.
Just shout Jimmy.
Yeah, it's
the
you.
little answer.
Yeah.
Watch out how Tong's about. By the way, birdie for Hao Tong Lee. It was a bogey for Russell Knox. We didn't see the par putt, but again with this broom handle putter, that's something we're going to keep an eye on. Driver again for the Chinese player.
This is a long way right. Goodness me.
Well, this is the club that, I mean, he was a great drive down the first, but this is the club that saw him fall out of the world's top 50 and slip out the world's top 300. He couldn't get the ball on the fairway. I think he's taken another ball out there, you know.
He's gone for a provisional, yes. I think after a drive like that, I would want to hit a provisional as well, so make sure I don't do it again.
3 putt at the first. Knox.
Shot.
I think given the title sponsor this week, the Genesis Scottish Open, I shouldn't give Russell Knox nickname because it's another car company, but because he drives it so well. Maybe we should call him Genesis this week.
Yeah, exactly. Ferguson on the second, good second, got it on the right level. Bar at the first, this for birdie on 2. Not too bad, but still a little bit slow.
Yeah, we've got 2 Scots here. 5 made the cut. There are 8 Scots that started the week. There were supposed to be 9, but Richie Ramsey had to withdraw with illness. So if Richie's watching, we wish you well. I know you would have been gutted to miss out on playing in this Genesis Scottish Open.
Yeah, bitterly disappointed. It's an event that all Scots look forward to. A good look at Cam Smith here. He gets the pads of his thumbs on top of the shaft, and they say that is one of the keys to good putting. And that's where you get all the feel in the pads of your thumbs. Oh, lovely par. 4-4 start, that's okay.
So these players heading out early on the cut mark, starting at 3 over par, and Smith and Ferguson have both stayed there after 2 holes. Ferguson holed out for his 4 as well. 19 players only under par. There were 36 after day 1, but the wind blew.
And I can't get out of my bet, because we mentioned it on air, so I'm going to lose £5. £2.50 or 5, I can't remember.
I think it was £2.50 we went with.
I said over 23 under par, and you said less than 23. Well, you're dead right. Only 19 now. I can't see it being more than that after today.
It's out on Lee after his birdie at the first. Dylan Fratelli has just birdied the 4th, which is why he's got to +2 as well. South African, a winner on the PGA Tour.
Those 2 blokes are perfect.
Straight downwind on this par 5, 600 yards. And you've got 2 options off the tee. You can try and cut the corner and hit it over the trees, but I think not long enough. So driving iron it is. Just laying up short of this bunker on the left corner. Total yardage is about 300. As soon as it lands at the 250 mark, it will skid forwards.
Left, needs to stay on the fairway. I don't think it. That's perfect. It's got to be the play NC, hasn't it? That's so difficult to hit a driver onto this fairway.
It is. I mean, you just don't want to run out because of the clump of trees on the right. It forces you to hit that fade, and it forces the hole to turn into a slight dogleg left to right. You just don't want to run out into that rough. Give yourself a chance to hit this par 5 and 2. So Cam Smith has 2 3-irons in the bag. One's a hot face driving iron, the other one is more like a 4-iron.
That's a beauty there, Ferguson. Just needs to slow down a little bit. Stop. Stop.
Well, it's been a nice steady start from these 2. Couple of pars to open up with. Starting the day 10 back of Cameron Tringali. Hasn't won an individual PGA Tour event. Gary Woodland, who hasn't won since the 2019 US Open at Pebble Beach. Very friendly tee shots. Almost landed side by side.
Happy?
No, how Tongley's found his original ball. Dear. These are where you have decisions to make. And if it goes wrong.
Well, there's an obvious gap there, but it's like trying to knock it between the rugby posts, isn't it?
Well, it's much bigger than the ball is always. I say to myself, you definitely get through there, but.
8號嗰隻能出現，因為9號要9號，冇啦，9號9號太高。
Well, he's never short of entertainment, Hao Tong Lee, and a little bit more coming up for you. Couldn't have played the first any better. Couldn't be in a more rotten position here at 2.
Well, no sound of woods that got through. The crowds like it. Fantastic shot. Back in play. Good chance of making his par.
That's a great shot. I mean, how much is skill and how much is luck from that kind of?
It's a lot of skill. There's a little bit of luck in there, but certain things he had to do then. Keep the club face square as we go to Russell. He's what? No, I don't know if is it enough. Oh, what a shot! Straight at the flag for Russell Knox. Get another look at this broom handle.
Yeah, Hao Tong Lee might have that wedge in hand. I don't know if he's still got it, but he used to have in capital letters on the back of the wedge that the most handsome man in China is Hao Tong.
Self-praise is no praise at all, is it?
He's not shy, is he?
I thought it said he's the best wedge player in the world or something. No, he's handsome. The 2 perfect shots down here for Smith and Ferguson.
You still want to be coming down on the tower, not right of the tower. On the tower. The tower's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. So just holding against it. Yeah. Love it.
From the left half of the fairway here, it's pretty much pointing you towards that front right bunker. The fairway does slope left to right where Cam Smith's looking to run and land this. You just need to watch out it doesn't bounce in there. It's a little draw. Should be perfect. You can work it both ways.
He definitely likes the look of it. Well, it's magnificent. Just needs to settle down. Settle down. Oh.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. 3rd now from Hao Tong Lee.
When?
We got to see a brilliant 3 here yesterday from Matt Fitzpatrick out of the rough. It would be an equally superb 4.
Yes, that was a fantastic 3, wasn't it?
Ferguson next to strike at this par 5.
290 yards to go, Richard, and this lie should help him a little bit above his feet. Should help him work a little bit right to left, especially as this part of the fairway does slope left to right where he's looking to land it. Just don't want a hot bounce. Can get a hard kick forwards.
It's good now. It's actually settled down. Yeah, it's a bit hot, might just go off the back edge. But great shot from Ferguson. That's fine. He'll still pot that.
So back to the second green where we have 1 putt for birdie, 1 putt for par. Russell Knox 3 putting the first with that broom handle putter.
The key to the broom handle putter is it's generally one-handed putting. What goes wrong with putting is making 2 hands work as one, and one becomes more dominant, and it eventually gets bad, really bad. But with the long putter, it's just I use just my right hand to putt with, and it makes it much easier to control. He's kind of got a split grip there. It was a better putt.
But what about the fact that he only started trying it out 3 days before he came here? Is that enough practice?
Well, he must have liked it. That's all I can say. It obviously felt an awful lot better than what his own putter was sounding. And in scenarios like that, you may as well just... I know it's a huge event for him, and he wants to do really well here. But there's no point in dilly-dallying. If you're going to use it, get it out and use it. And then you'll find out quickly whether it's good for you or it's not good for you.
Well, he had 30 putts day one, 32 putts.
Yeah, which is not great. 22 for the leader, Cameron Tringali.
But that's kind of where, I mean, he's been a little worse than that this season in terms of average.
I mean, 32 putts could have been a very good putting round, but they're looking for mid-20s, late 20s for total putts. Just trying to get this one stone dead. Haotong Li. It's a little bit speedy. Not too bad though.
Bogey at best though. Par 5 third. Played probably the easiest hole on the course yesterday. Already had 3 birdies in the first 4 groups who are through this hole today. Fancy at least 1 from 2 here, isn't he?
Yeah, this is a pretty tricky one, to be fair. It's going to get Cam Smith thinking. Slight downhill slope at the first cut, so it's going to release plenty. I guess chipping back into the wind though. The yard too far right, you've got this big swale, so Smith will know you need to aim this just left of the pin to avoid that. It's more back-footed, trappy one. Try and get it release it, maybe turn the toe over a bit. It's doable. Anything within 5 feet, I'd say, is a good result.
He has got such a lovely short game. Chipping, putting, it doesn't matter.
What an asset.
From the Gold Coast of Scotland, of Australia, to the East Coast of Scotland, it doesn't matter, does it? For the 5? Oh, Haotong. I'm not sure if you saw this. If you did at this time of the morning, apologies, but it is a 6. It's a kind of Haotong Li kind of start. I mean, just the difference for the drives made all the difference to those scores.
It just hurts so much when you get off to the perfect start, birdie in the first, and then you double the second. It's just such a slap in the face.
Incy, I know you've seen quite a bit of Euan Ferguson. He does seem like the real deal.
Absolutely. What a player. Definitely I can see him contending in big tournaments in the future. Proper ball striker. Yeah, lovely guy, great attitude. Definitely a player to look out for. You know, already won out on the DP World Tour. Proper player to say the least. Ferguson, putt for eagle, putting up and through the swale. A little bit left to right towards the end, the last 6-7 feet or so. Pace is everything.
Pretty good. The first person Euan Ferguson spoke to after becoming a DP World Tour winner was Incy. She interviewed him after he'd hold the winning putt. In fact, he had to wait a few groups, didn't he? Because he was about 3 or 4 groups from the end.
Correct.
It sprang out from nowhere, really.
Now, favourite club in the bag for Knox.
Sharp.
And that's why. Beautiful driver. He couldn't have hit that any better. And will it hang on? Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, 353 yards down there from Knox.
A very poor drive at the last hole. Out on late. See if we can rectify it here. That's better. It is a touch left though.
Yeah, and there is a bunker. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. No problem there.
Yeah, I think it took the 3-wood to keep the bunker out of the equation. That's a pity. All pars then for Ferguson. You'd fancy Smith, though, to break his duck in a moment.
That hurts as well when you knock on a par 5 and 2 and 3 putt it. Obviously it's going to hurt, but you just feel it's such a wasted chance.
Well, he's not sure.
Just snuck it in the left corner. Well done. Cam Smith gets 1 under for the day, back to +2.
Yeah, that birdie will take Cam Smith up a few pages on our leaderboard. Xander Schauffele, Matt Fitzpatrick, particularly, they were on the wrong side of the draw. It was almost 2 shots harder on their side of the draw compared to the rest of the field, who are on the other. Ricky Fowler, another who played very nicely. Connor Sign there, the leading Scot. He's the only one in red figures starting round 3. Thomas Dietrich, you saw there, he was in the playoff last year. John Rahm starts the weekend level par, as do a few of the other big names. Jordan Spieth, Justin Rose. So both with great chance to make the green into. I mean, how do you play these shots, Sam? Because we've seen from the 2 that went before, it's hard to get that ball to stop in that front portion of the green.
Yeah, it's just judging it properly. I mean, it's your carry or your landing point can be 50, 60 yards short of the green. And if you're playing to run it in, and that's probably what they're getting wrong, landing it too near the green and not getting it to stop.
255，254加17，264，271。好。
Let our Chinese listeners listen in.
I'm not sure they're listening to us, Sam.
过250。旗杆在哪？你看得到吗？旗杆在前。哦，看到。
I used to, I used a 7-wood for many years, and it was like a cheat stick for shots like this because you hit it so high and come down so soft.
顺风。
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw Inji Chun win the US Women's Open, or sorry, the KPMG Women's PGA, the last major in golf for the women, and she used that 7-iron unbelievably.
7-wood.
Yeah, sorry, 7-wood. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't Dustin Johnson had a 9-wood in the bag? So that's pushing it a wee bit. So good line in the rough, no problems here really for Hao Tong Lee.
Too much.
Well, Hao Tong Lee said too much. Is that going to stay on the green or find the bunker? The latter.
Not a difficult bunker shot though, no problem there. Obviously would have been better if it stayed on the green. But
are you better off coming up short of the green then, given what we're seeing here?
Yes, if you can get a putter on it, absolutely. You know, 5 yards short of the green is going to be better in that bunker. But that's not what you're thinking. You want to get it close. You want to make 3. No, Scotsman, he should know how far short he'll have to land this. He likes it. That's pitching good 30 yards short of the green there. Just needed a touch more, but that's in good shape.
Yeah.
It'll look very good to him.
Yeah. It's from Inverness, but he's been a long time in the United States now, married to an American as well.
Fourth tee, Cam Smith. Likes it.
There's been a better driving performance from Cam Smith this week. He missed the cut at the US Open, was struggling a little bit off the tee. There's a little bunker down the left-hand side they've added this year. 277 to reach that. Kelly's bunker, as it's been named.
Yep.
Do you know why?
Yes. I told the story yesterday. Stephen Kelly, apparently, is a member here at the Renaissance Golf Club. He kept on hitting his tee shots down the left-hand side. There was no bunker there.
And they put it in. Yeah, I remember it now.
I'm sure he's visited it a few times. I mean, given the fact the last two don't tee off to 340, these are big crowds already.
They're incredible, yes. It is a nice Saturday day out at the golf. They're here for the whole day. They probably walk around twice.
A little bit of lunch in between.
Little libation halfway around. They really are very knowledgeable fans, the Scots. They know they're hard to please. You know, you got to hit a good shot in to get an applause. But when you do, you know it was worth it.
Smith and Ferguson in good position. There is a trophy for the top Scot. And last year they brought about the Jock McVicker trophy. You'll know Jock.
Oh yes,
Sam,
bless him. Yeah,
legendary journey.
Wonderful man.
Yeah.
Knew him for 50 years. Always had a kind word.
1 under par leading Scot right now. So I mean that is something to play for, being the leading Scot at your national championship.
Yeah, nice and recognition of Jock too. A perfect spot for you in here. Three putted the last for a par, and we want to get under par as soon as he can. Merely another yard, that would have been down by the flag.
Heavy.
No, straight on, bro.
You'd have seen that swale just short of the green. That's about 4 or 5 yards short of the pin. This crosswind straight off your left, it's not really hurting at all. For Cam Smith, it's the perfect gap wedge, just eyeing up the left edge of this green, let the wind do the rest. A little bit of a backstop as well, so minimum distance wise, you've got to pitch it on the number, pin height at least.
He too just misjudged the distance.
Up to 6th in the world now. He's a big-time player. When you win the Players' Championship, we say the Genesis Scottish Open is the 5th major for Scots. In America, they count the Players as the 5th major.
They certainly do.
In Australia, it's the Australian Open. He's won a couple of those. Or the Australian PGA, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
He's won a couple.
Excellent touch there from Haitong Lee.
He broke through the barriers, really, in terms of Chinese golf, winning on the DP World Tour. He's got as many wins as Ashen Wu. But it's incredible. He's 26. He's been a pro 11 years.
Yes. A lot of experience.
It's a long career when you turn pro at 15.
I think 2011 was the first time he appeared, played a few events. Now, how far right is he aiming here?
This will test the broom handle.
It doesn't look like on what we're looking at, does it? It's not got the speed right.
Is that the hardest thing to adjust to, those long putts when you've got the broom handle? Sam?
Yes, exactly. The hardest thing was actually getting up a slope, judging the pace on it. Long putts were not that much of a problem, but when you had to come up a slope, because it's just one-handing hitting you, it's easy to give it a rattle. Hit it too far.
Well, Euan Ferguson can really use any club in the bag. Putter, you can use a 56 degree, try and pitch it on the top, or even pitch and run it with a 7-iron or a hybrid even, but I think the putter's the right club. Steep uphill should break off your left, flattens out towards the end. It's all about judgment here, just given how steep that slope really is.
A little bit weak there for Euan.
Well, he missed one this kind of length at his opening hole, made bogey. This one's for birdie. There you go. I think that might... I think there's enough in it for it to stay in the bag.
Yeah, that was a good stroke there. Because if you just watch the putter head and not look at anything else, you'll see that was a very good stroke. Quite comfortable with it.
Cameron Smith likes to use aim point, feel the percentage of the slope using his feet. One thing's for sure, this is definitely breaking right to left. Putting from the top half of the swale up the tier, should break right to left all the way. Considerable amount as well. So at least 3-4 feet to the right, should move.
There's a good chance to see that putting grip you were talking about.
Exactly. So both pads of the thumbs right squarely on top of the shaft, and that's where you feel the pressure on the club, which is key in putting. It's a beauty. It's a beauty.
It works so well for him. That's not unusual.
No.
Back-to-back birdies for Cameron Smith, and he's suddenly into the top 30.
He never looks in a hurry, does he? He's got a wonderful temperament on a golf course, and here you have another look at it. Just never leaving it, was it? Perfect speed right in the middle.
He's got a short game that's the envy of many of his peers. He's got elite iron play. If the drive is working, he's capable of anything, Cameron Smith.
Just outside left here, I think, for Euan Ferguson. Yeah, great putt. Well done, Euan. All par so far for Ferguson.
Birdie, double bogey. This for birdie. Frustration building early. There's Bass Rock. The gannets flock over there.
When you get up close to it, it's actually quite extraordinary how many are on there.
Thousands.
You can hardly see a spot of the rock.
Yeah, no, thousands and thousands. It's incredible. 2 birdies this week for Cameron Tringali. That's why he leads the way by 3. A few surprise names there. I suppose Tringali certainly wouldn't have been one you picked out at the start of the week. It looked like he was going to fall away yesterday. He did really well to hang on.
He had a great... Well, it looked like he was even going to go further ahead with the start he had after 4 holes.
Yeah, he got to 11 under,
Yeah.
There's Cam Smith. Got into a tie for 29th now.
And here he is at the 5th. Is drivable this hole, but not today, into the wind. That was a poor one, Incy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can see what he was trying to do there. Favouring the left-hand side does open up your second shot a bit more, so the pin's really tucked away on the right, just above slopes on all angles, actually.
Yeah, enjoy this hole because, as you can see, a really tough stretch is coming up. That short but treacherous par 3/6, the par 5 converted to a par 4, that is the 7th.
I remember it being drivable with 3-wood last year, but this is a club to lay back with, a 3-wood, fairway metal. Like I said, just favouring the left-hand corner would be perfect if you're being greedy.
Yeah.
Back to the 4th tee.
That was a strange one from Knox.
I think
there's many fairways.
I think he thinks it's a good one.
Yeah, it looked like that. I thought it was when he hit it too, but... Driver again for Hao Dong Lee. Picking the tee up quickly is usually a good sign. No, it's perfection.
40th edition of this Genesis Scottish Open. Been part of the DP World Tour since 1972. Sam Torrance teed it up in that first one. Played your 700th DP World Tour event at the Scottish Open as well.
Yes, it's a long time ago. 50 years.
What were the crowds like in those days?
Drunk.
That's not what I was referring to.
Great crowds, yeah. They support their home players really well, the Scots. I had great fans in Scotland. Disappointed them every time.
Well, only at the Scottish Open. I mean, you brought them a bit of joy elsewhere.
I had my moments, yeah, but
and it's a great couple of months for golf in Scotland. You're at most of them, aren't you?
Yes, I've got the Hero, and next week,
the Open.
3 weeks out of 4, be lovely.
You've got the AIG Women's Open, the Seniors Open as well at Glen Eagles.
Oh, I'd love to be in that at Glen Eagles. What a gorgeous course, the King's Course. Sorry, we'll just listen to.
I don't need to spin much.
No.
You agree?
Yep. Heavy.
I don't think you need to worry about spin at all. No.
Smith has got options. I mean, the ball's set up. You don't want to go under it and get this ball ballooning up in the air and ending up short. You've got a big false front. Pin's right on the corner of the green here. Anything short or right will work away from you. Otherwise, you can try and drive this short. The slope should break it left to right. Taking the high route. It's all about strike at this point.
I'll be very disappointed with that. Russell Knox second into 4.
Well, we thought no wonder he was pleased with where it was going, because it was down in the middle of the fairway.
It did look like it disappeared in that long rough, didn't it?
Just the 86 yards.
Okay, that was Russell Knox's third shot at the 4th hole.
So we were right.
We were right. We were right. We were wrong. We were right.
Poor shot there for Euan. Disappointing for him.
Hao Tong Lee is on the green in 2, but a good 40-50 feet away. Russell Knox with a par putt to come. Yeah, from the wilderness really, Hao Tong Lee. He said 10 months before his win in Germany that he had contemplated quitting. I mean, when you just don't know how to get the ball on the fairway. I mean, there was an event, I think almost exactly this time last year, where he had a 12 on one hole at the Kazoo Open.
It's so demoralising when you lose a part of your game and you just can't find why or how to get it back. And it's incredible how quickly it can come back. It just be one shot, just hit one shot the way you wanted to, get that feeling, repeat, and carry on, and hope that the wild ones never come back. Long putt out only across the green here for birdie. Very slow putt. Has he given it enough? Not quite. So slow today, the green seam.
This is a tough chip shot. Another back-footed one needed, chipping up to elevated green. I'd imagine landing this 3 yards on the green, try and bump and run and release it. It's so steep you can't see the bottom of the hole.
Well, by his standards, that is a rare one.
As Rick just said, this is a par putt for Russell Knox. Hasn't hit it. Good putt though, so it'll be a bogey. It's the first one of the day. Oh, he bogeyed the first, sorry. 3 putts.
So back we go to this 5th green. What to do for Cameron Smith to make his part? What's Ferguson got here?
It's a left to righter all the way. I mean, given it's a short par 4, you can't let the yardage fool you. It's still difficult to secure your part. I mean, this was a safe pitch shot, really going left of the pin. It's probably the fattest part of the green as well. Therefore, giving you a flat part compared to anything else. There's so many contours around here surrounding the hole.
Nicely judged.
Good speed.
4.5 hours, Sam, still until the final 2 ball go off. If you were Cameron Tringali or one of the, would you watch this?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Every
you might turn
minute
the
of
sound down, but would you watch?
Very good. No, 100%, especially in the Open, because there are so many subtle little things that can happen on links golf, and if you're watching, you'll glean a lot of information for your day.
Smith here for par, especially the weather conditions today. I know they're going to get slightly windier, but it's going to be, I think, the same direction of wind, so you will learn.
So much, and especially from people's mistakes. When they make a mistake on a shot, no, I'll keep my eye out for that one. Par putt for Smith. It's normal. If it doesn't go in with Cam Smith, it should have done.
Yeah, disappointing all round. I mean, wasn't the good tee shot, not the best of seconds. Poor chip, misses the putt, and 315 yards, you walk off with a 5.
It all came from missing the fairway. Now Ferguson, just a 3-footer back for his par. All pars so far. Yeah, he too, both thumbs on top of the shaft. Tom with the 3-wood.
Not that you hit it as far as you keep usually past the wall. If you hit it clean, it's fine.
That's
going to be a tough one. Every now and then his brain will go back to Germany a few weeks ago, to the putt on the last green, which he holed to win, and it just cheers you up so much.
Yeah.
Another fairway found.
He is a very straight hitter, Russell Knox. He is my wee favourite. This is probably the easiest pin. There's no real bunkers near it, but it's 36 yards on, 6 from the left. See, it was in round 2, right on the front there, and that was just such a tough pin.
Lovely part of the course, Incy.
Yeah, it's beautiful, especially with the Tented Village just right of this hole. Brilliant atmosphere. Grandstands just beyond the green as well. 152 yards today, playing at least, say, 175 or so. Straight into the face. To be fair, this back pin is probably the most accessible one. Got bunkers in the front portion of the green surrounding it. Got a bit of a bailout left of the flag as well. It's kind of slopes left to right.
Very different test 2022 for this Genesis Scottish Open. Conditions have been soft and not very windy, and the likes of Aaron Rye have won here over the Renaissance. It's been breezy, it's been firmer, pretty much how they wanted the golf course to play.
Go, he's shouting, go. Ooh. Staying there, yeah. A long birdie putt for Euan. Just got the ball up in the air too soon. Wind hit it. Was never going to make the distance. When you hitting into the wind, you got to hit soft. You really do. The harder you hit it, the more spin you impart, and it just goes up in the air and never reaches its potential.
When the wind's blowing into you, you want to try and keep the flight down. It's really important that from the get-go that trajectory is low enough. Sometimes a smoother takeaway, just slowing that down on the way back, can help keep the ball spin down.
That's how to play it. That was delightful. Gorgeous shot. Total control.
Yeah, he looked in the mood for a low round here, Cam Smith. That was a sloppy bogey at the last after picking up those back-to-back birdies.
Especially as it's one of the easiest on the course. Russell Knox hitting his second into 5, just 99 yards.
I mean, conditions aren't easy. 1 under par is the best score of anyone that is out on the course at the moment. First 2 players have got to the turn. Midiotzi out in 37. Mark Warren out in 35. It's a par 70.
80打95 这95可以。行。
Well, that's a little smaller and shorter than the Great China ball that he's got to come over, but now dotted around the course, integral part of it.
Go, go, go!
Sit. That's a good shot. From Lee.
我操，好高啊，小陈！我还以为那个，我操，还以为风是给他保住了，住高的高。因为他那个 fly line 你知道吗？
It's low, and that flag's going at a real rate there above the green. Difficult one, Incy.
That is a tight bare fairway lie. I'd imagine using his most lofted club, which is a 60, having to back foot it a little bit. And at about 4 yards on, it should release down off the left towards the end. Just want to nip this one.
Not quite got the connection there. A little bit thin.
I know you played this course, Sam. How recently have you played it?
2 years.
Okay, so some changes have been made since then.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. But it's developed so much. It's like another golf course that's bedded in magnificently over the years. As you said quite rightly, you just can't believe that it's only been here such a short time.
Yeah, 2008 it opened, designed by an American, Tom Doak, which I suppose is quite apt, seeing we're co-sanctioned by the PGA Tour and DP World Tour this year, that we got a mix of everything.
Yes, a wonderful opportunity for European players if they want to play in America. If they can win this one, they would get the card straight away in America.
Same going on in America as well this week with the Barbasol Championship.
Yeah, the winner there would have his European Tour card as well.
Well, didn't see, it was a fabulous tee shot. Let's see if we've got a putt here to match.
It's 152 yards, but played the 182 club, which is his 8-iron, so clubbed up by 3. Just shows how long it's playing. This is breaking left to right. I'd give it at least a cut.
Got a chance. Has he hit it? Has he? No, it's just drifted away at the end. Lovely pace.
So the Queenslander remains 1 under for his round.
A chance for Russell Knox at the 5th. His long putter. Steady. That was aggressive, but it was a good putt. Just a little bit too aggressive.
Would your wife have ever told you you're a bad putter?
Often.
That's what Russell's wife told him.
My mum gave him a best tip on putting. It's so simple. If you're going to miss it, you might as well miss it with a good stroke. And it just made so much sense to me. I said, why didn't you tell me that a long time ago, Mum? But she would, whenever she followed me around, she would watch the shots onto the green. Then I always looked for where she was never there. She never watched me putt. She couldn't watch me putt. She was away up the next hole, looking for my drive to land.
Well, I'm sure Euan's got family and friends here watching him this week.
That's wonderful.
Would have had a good look from Cam Smith's putt. Also moving left to right, maybe not as much. Definitely wants to hold this one to keep up with his playing partner.
That's a poor bogey at best for Euan Ferguson.
Not to beat for Hao Tong Lee. Tidying up for his drop shot. Ferguson. So the run of pars ends with a bogey. Had a really good first day, Euan Ferguson. At 67, but bogeyed his last 3 yesterday for that 76.
And the next 3 are really tough, 7, 8 and 9. We'll go back to the 5th and Knox for his par. Very solid, very solid. It's still, having never used it before, it's quite ungainly putter to carry. You know, you don't know where to grip it. He's got a hold of it there. He doesn't know. I just pass it to the caddy as quickly as possible.
One of the standout moments yesterday, that hole-in-one at 17 from Jordan Smith that won him and his caddy Sam a lovely electric car. And there could be more joy for them this weekend, starting at 3 under par.
It was a magnificent hole-in-one, just absolute dead weight, fell in the middle. I thought the caddy celebration was just a little bit subdued. I think I would have been going absolutely mad. A lovely gesture from Genesis. Very clever. Someone was thinking when they did that.
Yeah, agreed. There is Cam Smith, who's one of the players, one of only a few players under par. It's just him, Sam Burns and Adrian Otegi that have got under par for the third round so far.
Back to the delightful sixth.
Interesting hearing Incy say that Cam Smith clubbed up 3 clubs for this flick of a hole, really. Birdie this hole on day 1, Hao Tong Lee. Yeah, started his week with 3 bogeys in his first 3 holes. Did improve after that.
I always find it quite amusing when people who speak another language, when they hit the shot, they always talk to the ball in English. Go, go, get down, get down.
Get all the pre-chats in their own language.
It's got it soaring a little bit, but is it long enough? Not quite. Just got the ball up in the air too much there.
You said this is your favourite hole on the course. What is your favourite par 3?
Yeah.
We'll just let the... My favourite par 3 in the world. Ooh,
Correct.
That's a good one. And the Percy stamp was iconic. Extremely difficult. I love this little hole here. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know is the answer. I've not had enough holes in one to pick one of them either. And that's a lovely flight. No rise in it whatsoever. Straight at it. Very nice. It's kind of inbuilt to Scots to hit it low in the wind.
Yeah, and Ferguson's played it beautifully. As you mentioned, it was just a little too high, the trajectory from Hao Tong Lee.
It soars. It's almost like an aeroplane taking off. It doesn't... You see the difference there in the height.
To the long 7th, although it does play downwind. And when it runs and runs like this, it's not such a long par 4 after all. Smith's tee shot going 362 yards down this 7th fairway.
That really is a good solid swing. Euan Ferguson, who's blocked it right though. 3's down there. No,
there's a real buzz about this Genesis Scottish Open this year. 14 of the world's top 15 starting the week. It's been halved after the halfway cut. Only 7 remaining. Couple nicely placed though, aren't they? Schauffele and Matt Fitzpatrick. We've got Cam Smith, who's a part of that top 15 in our coverage of our feature groups. He's going nicely so far on this sunny Saturday.
A long putt here for Haotong Li. Not much movement in it. Just try and get the distance right. Excellent. Good judgment of pace.
Flag is over on the right. Shouldn't be blocked out by the trees here, Ferguson.
Seen quite a few players miss it out to the right, and it's not a bad spot at all, especially with this wind down off your left. Ball sitting down a fraction. If anything, it could be a bit of a flyer lie, so clubbing down at least 1. 169 yards to go, ball a little bit below his feet. Might come up a little bit higher than usual. So I reckon a solid wedge, trying to land this short left of flag. It will release a bit.
It's come out hot.
Yep.
And that's okay. A nice little upslope at the front of the green there, slowed it down.
17 right now. Yeah. Heavy. Straight down,
Smith with just 148 yards to go. I think I went a bit Aussie there. Yards. Should be a gap wedge, no more than that. Perfect angle in from the middle of the fairway to this back right pin. Landing at the heart should release out a touch.
That's a poor one from Smith. He'll be disappointed there with just a lob wedge, sand wedge. Need to carry it a good 20 more yards.
That was a good roll. Really good try. Just a 3 then for Russell Knox. Winner of a Rolex Series event, winner of a World Golf Championship event. One in Haotong Li's homeland, winning the HSBC Champions. He actually only got in the field at the last minute, didn't have a practice round. It was his first ever World Golf Championship event and he won it. Thank you very much.
Just a 3.5 feet back for Li Haotong. This was par. 1 over to date. Good par. Doubled the second, birdied the first and doubled the second. Li Haotong, and that's it. 1 over.
Want to hear a bit more of Vincey's Aussie accent, don't you, Sam?
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. Crikey. How's your day going, mate?
I said Aussie accent, Vincey.
Can only do my best.
Do you know who goes first here, Vincey?
It's pretty close, to be honest. I think it's Ferguson to go first. Looks like he's just a little bit further away. I mean, anything further left, that would have rolled down, even maybe towards in the bunker, if not down there.
Temperature okay? Vincey?
Yes, it's quite nice. If anything, just heating up a bit. Blue skies, not many clouds around at all. The breeze is quite refreshing as well, to be honest. But it's on the brink. Might get a bit warmer. Looks like Cam Smith might be going first.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, it's going to get warmer and maybe a little bit breezier.
Well, this is a downhill putt for Cam Smith, downwind as well. It should break off his right. Downhill, downwind's always a bit slippery.
Yeah, that's what he thought, but it didn't get there. Back on the tee, Russell Knox out on these, already teed off at this 7th.
Hang on.
Well, Hatom, he found the fairway, not so Russell Knox.
So I had the feet right.
Used to be a forest in there, didn't there? They've taken it all out.
I mean, they've taken a lot of the trees away at various points. It does have a better aesthetic feel to it.
Mm. Quite a lengthy birdie putt here for Ferguson.
Back up the hill for Ferguson. Should move left to right all the way. Wind is off the right. Might counteract it a touch.
Steady. It's not the windiest we've had this week, but how much does... I mean, we've seen Cam Smith come up short. We've gone... Ferguson's charged it past. How much is that to do with the wind?
Not much. It's just a poor putt. It's not strong enough to affect the putts, really. So when you knock it that far past, you just hit it too hard, basically.
By the way, your Aussie accent wasn't as good as Incey's.
No, absolutely not. I can drink like an Aussie. I just can't speak like one.
So still Ferguson to go here. This to stay at 4 over.
Aiming just outside left, so see if he's picked the right line. He certainly has. Well done, Euan. Good putt to hole. He's made bogey in the hole before, so he didn't want to make another one. That's a good 2-putt.
First tee off time this morning was 9:15, so the players have been out there a couple of hours. This pairing went off just before 10 o'clock. Well, there's only 4 players out on the course that are under par, and one of them is Cameron Smith. Par start from him.
This was his first birdie of the day. Great feel round the greens, Cam Smith. Let's just feed around to, keeps coming round about 3 feet. Now he knocks it straight in for his first birdie of the day.
Now on to the 4th hole. This was a fabulous putt. Birdie number 2 of the day. And then made a bit of a mess of 5 into the rough off the tee and ended up making a bogey there. Lovely tee shot in at 6, maybe unlucky not to make his 2, and we just seen good 2 putt at 7. Make a par. 7, 8 if you walk away with pars, you're and 9 I suppose.
And 9, yes, you're delighted.
Yeah, right.
And
Tower.
6.
Good solid one of those.
6, 7, 8 and 9. Now this is a tough one for Knox. Long to medium iron, 4 or 5 iron, probably out the rough.
Somehow kick right. Yeah, it's good.
Caddy thinks it's good.
Keep going. No, don't keep going.
Here she comes, here she comes. Well done, Russell Knox, very good.
Thought it was kicked right in there.
Safely negotiated.
Caddy knows.
Absolutely.
Did you see that chat between Jordan Smith and Michael Greta?
It's never getting there. It's not even going 90.
Pin high.
He does that a lot, though. I've heard him shout, "Go, go, go!" It's not getting it. His pitch is pin high. Not giving his caddy enough credit.
Yeah.
142 yards, or 43 yards, I should say, to the hole here for Hao Tong Lee. And he's hit more fairways, I think, today already than he did in the whole of the 18 yesterday.
I think he likes it. Oh, he should do as well. Sit now. That's unlucky. Should have checked on the second bounce, because that's absolutely fine, though.
Well, it's a hole that tests your driver, the 8th, up the hill. Into the fescue for Smith.
That was good. Lindsay was dead right. He really does have a good swing. Settle. That's okay. Almost a blind shot, the second and T8 from the bottom of the hill.
Well, I hope you're enjoying our featured group coverage. It gives you a little taste of what's to come, shows you how the course is playing, and you get to see some of the players who are amongst the star names at this event, co-sanctioned between the DP World Tour and PGA Tours. 19 players starting round 3 under par. Well, there's Jordan Spieth. Had a rough end to the round. I think it was 4 late bogeys for him. Mark Warren birdied the 10th to get into the group at 2 over par. Christian Bezuidenhout with birdies at 3 and at 5, getting himself under par for the day.
So Knox across the green here at 7. A good look at his action here. Very nice, that's a good stroke. It's not turning like he thought it would, but perfect weight.
How many people had used the broom handle when you started using it?
I was first, I think. So
yeah. So what sort of look were you getting when you brought that out?
Weird. Especially for my dad, but you know, he knew how much I struggled with my putting, and it worked immediately. It was a great servant to me. It's very comfortable with it.
And you know, we're talking about Matt Fitzpatrick in the way he chips as well. Who cares what it looks like? Yeah, he's had some low ones. He started with the 62, wasn't it, in Germany a couple of weeks ago, so led from the get-go. He'd had a couple of fast starts as well, the 63s you saw there as well in previous tournaments this year, and hadn't quite kicked on from there, but that 62 he started it in Germany.
He is a birdie machine when he's hot. This great putter.
Well, he's led a major as well. His last PGA Tour event was the PGA Championship at TPC Harding Park, and he led there after the first day, and then made headline news when he spent 6 hours after his round on the range. Here's where the tee shots have finished at 8.
Wasn't a great lie. He's watching it carefully though. The line must be good. He's up very well there from that lie. Get it on the green. That was a cracker, Incy, wasn't it?
It was seriously good, Sam, in the wispy stuff. Very easy for that club to turn over and that fescue. Euan Ferguson, blind second shot. You can only see the top of the flag from here. 172 yards to go. Pins on the left. The perfect line is actually the TV tower just beyond this green. Wind can help you a little bit. Work it right to left. Pins in a bit of a bowl. It should gather. Another good execution. Just taking a little bit off a 6-iron.
Lovely strike. No, it doesn't like it. Turns away in disgust. I can tell you that Lee and Knox both made the pars on 7. A poor one there from Ferguson on 8.
Yeah, great to see some of the youngsters out as well. Shorts on. Xander Schauffele's on a hot run. He not only won the Travellers Championship, he won the JP McManus Pro-Am on Tuesday as well. Matt Fitzpatrick, the US Open champion. Ricky Fowler, not yet qualified for the Open. 3 players that are in the top 10 not yet qualified will head off down the road or round the coast to the Kingdom of Fife next week, St Andrews for the Open. There's the weather forecast. It might gust up to 25 miles an hour late in the day, but it will get warmer, up to 22 degrees.
Those 3 spots that they give for the Open is a wonderful way to get into the Open. I just don't like the fact you've got to be in the top 10. If you're going to give away 3 spots, give away 3 spots.
Yeah.
The top 3 non-exempt players in the Scottish Open
It's double anyway.
qualify.
It's a nice subplot, though.
You'd be really annoyed if you finished 11th, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, there they are. Although it's not a bad way to spend the week finishing 11th.
Yeah, you get the next week off.
Yeah, you have to watch on TV.
Which was great. See myself sitting there from 6:30 to 8 o'clock at night.
Well, you'll be doing that next week anyway, but you'll be
Yes,
working.
They'll be talking.
什么风？右转左。
He was a little frustrated, Euan Ferguson, with that second shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the best execution, but to be honest, not a bad leave. It's uphill into the wind. The ball's sitting nicely. You're looking to land this about 3 yards short of the pin. It will stop pretty quickly on the uphill slope. Difficult to get it beyond the flag though, because you don't want to leave yourself that tentative downhill up.
Very nicely played.
You know, there are some golfers that don't watch golf on TV.
Too far left.
3 wood for Hao Tong Lee.
Correct.
Yeah, down there in Cam Smith territory.
Did they give you reasons for not wanting to watch the golf, or?
I suppose they just want to get away from it, don't they, really?
Then you're in the wrong job.
Well, that's what they... I assume it is just a job for some professional players.
I couldn't stock enough up. I loved it. Everything.
I've been playing in the afternoon though. It's probably quite handy to watch the golf in the morning.
Yeah.
See how it's playing out there. And Cam Smith, from the front portion of the green, flat to start off with, right to left, and then downhill. Should gather a bit of speed towards the end. Putting back into the window.
Well, he came up shy on the last green. That's even worse. Big misjudgment then from the Australian. Back on the tee. If anyone can find the fairway.
Shot.
Perfect with a capital P, that one.
It's one of those putts towards the end as it's slowed down. You can kind of see it stalling a bit. Classic example of links golf where you need to take everything into consideration. Downhill slope, wind into. There's plenty that goes through your mind. To save par. What's this, about 5.5 feet maybe downhill. A little bit right to left. No more than a right edge putt though.
Delightful.
Well, he generally doesn't do 3 putts, Cameron Smith. Tested himself there.
These are the ones that give you a problem. He seems to be putting a really good stroke on them with his new method. No, it's Euan. just inside right. Well done, well hauled.
Still looking for that first birdie today. I'm not sure 9's the hole for it to come to. You never know. Let's have a look at the tee shots at 8. Super strike from Russell Knox. Anton Lee needs a little bit of luck with the light. Still got a long way in as well, over 200 yards.
这会 flyer 这球。
Well, I understood that word, flyer.
搞不好还真行，因为会 flyer 很厉害。
Definitely a flyer lie.
I guess there's no Chinese word for flyer.
182，顶峰192，200 flyer line， 打200就全挥杆，那我就打这个比小打小鸡腿好。对对对，可以。OK。
So if you think it's going to be a flyer lie, Sam, or do you just take out a chunk of yardage?
Yes, basically. You know it's going to fly. Sometimes you've got a lie that's just impossible to stop the grass getting between the club face and ball, which causes the flyer. Usually comes out really low and running.
Wow.
Way straight right, I think.
Yeah, people walking down there completely oblivious to a golf ball flying their way. Par 3 9th playing today. 174 yards to a right-hand pin. You can see it's played a quarter of a shot over its average. 3rd ranked hardest hole this week so far, the 9th. And see, are they playing it into the wind, downwind? How's it playing?
It's a little bit into, mostly off your right. It's at least 2.5 clubs. It's playing on the difficulty of this pin position when it's on the right and the wind's blowing off your right. This green's protected by 2 bunkers on the right. You almost want to start it out there, but as soon as it lands, it release left pretty much. It's trying to hold a 5-iron against the wind.
Just getting off the back there, Ferguson. Not a difficult chip for him. A bit of an upslope here for Knox. Looked a good swing. And it's an excellent shot from Russell Knox, right? 20 feet. Kind of semi-blind shots, so well judged.
How many good ones have we got? 2.
I'm not sure how much Cameron Smith and Euan Ferguson knew each other before today. 28-year-old from Queensland in Australia, 25-year-old from the outskirts of Scotland. But PGA Tour, DP World Tour coming together like this for the first time. And new friends, new experiences.
You mean the outskirts of Glasgow, not the outskirts of Scotland. That's England.
Correct. Good point, well made. A couple of youngsters there, Brandon Wu, Juhan Kim, certainly keep an eye on them here now. I mean, this is a mile right. He did well to find the ball.
Very tough shot here to judge. You could see the top of the ball, so it's maybe just wispy and not a stick. Yeah, it's made a beauty. Surprised it didn't release out a bit more.
It's a basic chip shot for Ferguson. Peachy lie, to be honest. Slight uphill slope. Plenty of green to work with as well. Just using his 56 or 52, depending on how he wants to chip it. Looking to land it in the midpoint and release like a putt towards the end. Should break a little bit left to right. Should be your bread and butter.
Releasing very nicely. Keep going, keep going. Yeah. Very well judged by Ferguson there.
What was the latest tee time you had at a weekend? I mean, given the fact that the last two ball here today are off at 3:40.
About 12 o'clock.
I mean, it's...
Sorry, I can't remember.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's going to be hard to kill a few of the hours.
Oh. Of course, you're twiddling your thumbs.
I mean, Gary Woodland is the more experienced of being in the position in those final groups than Cameron Tringali, although he's a very experienced player, Tringali.
Yeah, I remembered Nick Faldo leading the Open. I think it might have been Muirfield, and he came onto the range at 9:30 in the morning, and we're thinking, what on earth is he doing there this time? And what he did was ingenious. He stood in the range with Fanny Souness and his caddy, and the first hole was driver off the tee, hit driver, and then how much have I got left? Fanny would say 120 to the front, pins on 10, and he would then hit a 130-yard shot. So he literally played the 18 holes on the range, and then went away back, had some lunch, and come up, warmed up normally for the last round, and went out and won it.
Wow,
ingenious, wasn't it? I mean, he played the course literally in his head. He was watching first fairway, hit a good drive, 120 to the front, 10 on. And it was, I thought, brilliant.
I wonder how many of those shots ended up being reenacted.
Exactly. Well, certainly all the tee shots.
But he has held out really well from this range, Cameron Smith. Three tricky days at the Renaissance. A real test of the world's best, and we really have had the world's best here this week. Smith ranked 6th in the world.
Relentless, isn't it? Excellent putt there. And a good front nine.
Yeah, that's the first front nine, albeit this is only the 5th pairing out, but that's the first front nine under par out in 34 for Cameron Smith. Still no one out on the course is better than 1 under. You know, sometimes on a Saturday, events like this, you can see someone going out shooting 62, 63, suddenly they're on the first page of the leaderboard. I think we've had a lot of evidence to suggest that won't be the case this Saturday.
Very good, straight in the middle.
8 pars, just the one drop shot out in 36 for Ferguson. No birdie 3 for Russell Knox at 8. It's the newest addition to the world famous stretch here on the east coast, known as Scotland's Gulf Coast. Yeah, right between Muirfield, North Berwick. Archerfield links next door as well as Muirfield. That'll host the Women's Open next month.
Yeah.
So 4 drives have cost out on Lee. Double bogey at the 2nd, now a bogey at the 8th. Well, a new tee. A few changes, made a couple of bunkers you can see down that left side, Sam. And there used to be trees down that right.
Yes, a huge forest. Nice, comfortable par 5 here. Quite a tricky green, but very accessible. See, almost identical wind to yesterday, just straight left to right. Same wind in, isn't it? Not changing.
Are we looking?
So mostly off your left, but definitely still down. Anything on the left half of the fairway, it does slope right to left, and got 2 bunkers on the left just waiting for you. So if you can favour the right hand side, finishing line would be perfect. Perhaps starting it down the middle, let the wind just drift it on the right half. Should be a great leave.
Well, if that's not on the fairway, you're never going to hit the fairway. That was just beautiful.
And he might be too far away to win, but I think the way that Cameron Smith has driven the ball, given the problems he's had in the last month or so with this club, that's, you know, we've seen what he can do with his short game. We know what his iron game's like. It's going to give him
huge confidence
for next week, St Andrews.
Although they are the widest fairways in golf, aren't they? St Andrews.
Still.
Yeah, no, of course. You still have to hit the right side of the fairway.
There you are, 56% fairways hit this week. And that's good going. Normally that wouldn't be necessarily a good week, but given the firm nature of the course.
So you're right, this is thick down here. This is where Rahm had to take an unplayable. Maybe okay, not quite as far right.
Yeah, bring a couple. Yeah, that'll do.
Tee shot into 9 for Russell Knox. Another excellent shot there for Russell. Good chance for birdie.
high. Go.
We knew it was a little higher than he wanted, but safely on. Take that at 9. Stunning, isn't it? Out onto the Firth of Forth, which is a little less choppy so far today than it has been. Just over 3.5 hours. The Americans, Tringali and Woodland, heading off. Good American representation in that top 20. Just the one Scot. Real contenders for this Genesis Scottish Open.
Out on Lee on 9. It's putt for birdie. He's left that way short, I think. Can see the hole, but I don't think it's.
So another one, like his fellow Scott Ferguson, out in 36 for Russell Knox. Got the Saltire colours on today, hasn't he? Oh, Russell, the blue and white. How he's performed in Scotland. He's Open, where he finished top 5 of the Open. That was at Birkdale. Another mistake. Bogey finish to the front 9 from Houghton. I mean, started beautifully, huge drive, lovely wedge, hold putt, and nothing much to report after that.
No, it's been a bit loose.
One right, one left at the par 5 10th.
Yeah, Ferguson a long way back there. He'll just try and get it out into the perfect spot. Has he got a lie, Incy?
Bit. I mean, the ball sat down. It's quite thick under the ball, but it's all growing in the direction towards the hole, which always helps. But 279 yards to go, too far back to go for the pin, really. I'd imagine, put yourself back into play, try and pitch and putt and make your birdie. Just don't see much point really going for it from this sort of distance.
Yeah, just come up shy there. It's okay, given where the flag is today. Should be able to get it fairly close with his 3rd, dependent on the light. This is attackable though for Cam Smith.
Absolutely is. 247 yards to go. Pins on the left, about 20 yards short of the screen. You've got this big mound. You don't want to land on the downslope, otherwise it'll take a huge bounce. So you've got options, either fly it all the way or try and land it short and let it release down right to left. Very sheltered, this part of the hole.
Sounded a good strike, Incy. Just comes off a fraction light, and that carries another yard, get a little downslope there. Cam Smith doesn't really like this hole.
Apologies if you picked that up. I think he, as you say, he's hit a good shot there. And the mound that Incy was talking about, he's hit the face of it. If you carried it 3-4 yards more, it would have caught the top of it and then run round.
But he hit it too high. He's playing a pitch and run. It has to be low, so it runs. He's hit a shot that's come down soft, 30 yards short of the green. It's not the design's fault. It's his shot's fault.
And it's a par 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here it is from the tee. UT, they built, you can see the lovely view to the left there. On the other side of the Firth is St Andrews. Just one birdie apiece in game number 6 over the front 9.
Beautiful. Is it just going to hang on? It's okay.
Best one I've hit on this hole yet.
Yeah, he said it's the best he's hit yet. One bogey yesterday, one par so far on this hole from Russell Knox. Same story for Hao Tong Lee, bogeyed it the first day, par on day 2.
It looked a perfect drive, not sure.
Yeah, there's a couple of bunkers down that left side. I wonder whether it found one of them. So there is the ball of Cam Smith. Incy Mehmet following this 2-ball first.
Well, it's very difficult to purposely miss it on the right and leave it there, but if it's the spot, it's the spot. Well, I can't talk now. It is the spot to be. Playing from the higher part of the course. So you're looking down, you can see everything what's in front of you. Looking to pitch this about 10 yards short, maybe 8 yards short of the pin.
Just delightful. It really should just follow what he does. Just try and chip it exactly as he does. It's such a good action. Nothing's rushed. It's a nice tempo back, tempo through. Beautiful strike. Very impressive.
You think of other courses around Melbourne, and I know he's from Queensland, but Melbourne, those tight fairways as well.
Oh, incredible golf courses. Royal Melbourne, Metropolitan. There's 3 of them on the sand belt. Just the best greens you've ever seen in your life.
Similar sort of stuff with Ferguson. Would have seen how Cam Smith's ball has reacted. See back foot, trying to do similar sort of stuff.
A little bit better.
Even better, yeah. It's another ounce it was in. A tap in birdie for Ferguson there. Well done. Gabby gave him the right club.
There was that chip in at 16. I mean, it was when he won in Qatar, there was so many players in contention. Matthew Jordan was leading. Adrian Maroc, who won last week, was right there as well, but he chipped in at 16, and suddenly from nowhere he was in the thick of things, birdied the last. No one else could match him down the closing stretch, and suddenly he was a DP World Tour winner. And a pat on the back there for his caddy, who is Stephen Nielsen, who was caddying for him that week. Hadn't been caddying for him generally, but his usual caddy couldn't be there that week, so Stephen took the bag. It was his first time as being a caddy on tour for over a decade that he'd been on a winning bag.
And wins.
Look at their putting stats there. It tells you everything you need to know about how good he is. Let's hope it's not the curse of the feature group team. Nah, of course not.
There's no sense of that missing.
So a couple of birdies. Takes Smith 2 under for the day. Takes Euan Ferguson back to par.
Is that me, mate? Yeah.
That was well short of the bunkers, Lee.
Just hacking it out and trying to keep it as straight as possible so it can run. Leave yourself a nice yardage. Will that appear at the top? No. There's something happening to it. Look.
I think it was up the slope and maybe coming back down again.
Correct.
Looks like a great lie there for Russell Knox. Just a fraction left. Go right, he's shouting. Wins off the left. It may get a kick. No, it's gone straight left. There you go. And that will be a difficult pin. Really short-sighted himself there. He knows. Cam Smith's driver. Excellent. He's got great rhythm, Incy, hasn't he?
Beautiful. Absolutely love it. Hits it a long way too. Carries it at least 300 yards. On this links course, you can take full advantage of it. Beautiful par 4 this, 475 yards. Does camber a little bit left to right, so preferably a fade with this wind off your left. It's perfect. Pins right at the back today, so important to hit the short stuff. There's a TV tower just in the distance. Start left edge of that, work it in. That's the shot.
That's a poor one from Ferguson. No marshals there here. They need to keep an eye on it where it went in.
Well, this is where it ended. I think he was dismayed that it was falling off the fairway.
Yes. No spin on the next one.
It's got 101 yards left into the flag. It might have been ragged off the tee, but he's plenty of greens in regulation.
Very good judgment of distance there.
Well, we've been watching Cameron Smith going well, one of the few players under par, but Dylan Fratelli's actually just gone birdie, 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 11, 12 and 13 in the second group out. So he's got to level par, which is only a couple of shots away from these players at 1 and 2 under. There he is, up to a tie for 20th now, the South African, one of those who's won on both the DP World and PGA Tours. Yeah, that's as big as a move we've seen. So we're coming to that part of the course where we could see a little bit of fun and maybe a few more birdies. We've seen a couple already from Cam Smith and Euan Ferguson. There is Smith, now in the group at +1. Yeah, it's a nice little run of holes here. 10. Birdie chance 11. It's a really good par 4 up the hill. We've got the par 3 12th back towards the Firth, the 4th. Then the signature hole, the 13th, right down by the beach. Then that downhill par 3 14th.
Then a short par 4, then a par 5. Birdies galore.
Potentially.
So he's found it okay, Ferguson.
No, it's down off to the left. I'm actually thinking 7. Oh, I don't care if I'm in the market now. Yes. Don't say if I'm in the valley. Okay. So put in front of that unit in the valley. So you have to just commit to that, yes? Alright, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. I'll just, I'm definitely up in that bunker. Yeah, it's 20 short, which is...
The real awkward bunker there. And see that he's wanting to try and carry.
I don't think he can go for it, to be honest. I mean, you've got the long fescue stuff. It's just not worth it. I mean, how much are you going to gain? The pin's 40 yards on, right at the back. I just think put it back into play, try and pitch and putt from there, take your medicine. It was a poor tee shot.
The greedy golfer, Vinci.
I mean, from here, even if you carry that front bunker, you've got bunkers left and right. You've got to be accurate. I just don't think it's worth it. Just lay up. Well, that came out well.
That is a fantastic shot and result.
Don't feel bad, Vinci.
She's obviously doesn't listen to no laying up.
Right on the right, please. Thank you.
That's a great shot. What about Cam Smith?
Feel a bit silly now. Really didn't see that.
I know, incredible shot.
193 yards to go. It's got to be the 8-iron. Favour just left of the flag. Wind and slope should help.
Oh, it's another beauty as well. Both get it up on the back level. Not easy when it's 40 on. And good chances of birdies.
But it's interesting watching Euan Ferguson in this pairing with Cam Smith. Looks totally in place to be there. And this was the best shot he's hit today.
Yeah.
Up the slope. And got a little bit of help there at the back of the green. They've softened the slope here at the back of the green, so not as severe as it used to be. There are the players who've had the most top 10s over the years on the DP World Tour. Montgomery 1, Torrance, I'm not sure who he is, number 2.
It's my cousin.
Is that you're 1 and 2 in terms of DP World Tour wins as well?
Not for Scotland?
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Very possibly.
just the start, just the rookie year for Euan Ferguson.
He slipped 3 in early.
Chip to here, did Russell Knox, so that was for birdie, that left for par.
He's obviously had to play away from the pin there with that chip because he was over that caddy in the right side down there. No green to work with. Probably tried to run it up the hill through the green and back down.
Well, still more than 3 hours before Tringali and Woodland head out. Again playing with Kitayama. It's a very American-dominated last couple of pairs. Some really good 2 balls out there late on. It's going to be a real treat. Ricky Fowler, Matt Fitzpatrick, that's certainly one to keep an eye on. Reverse gear, unfortunately, for Houghtonley. 6 over now, 3 over today. Body language says it all.
So does your voice.
I was adding to the drama.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the guy that calls the scores out in the football on the Saturday afternoon to be Liverpool 4, Brighton 6.
Yeah, you know what's coming? It's the intonation.
Yes.
2 good birdie looks here.
Really good birdie looks. I was just speaking with Stephen Nelson, Euan Ferguson's caddy. I can't believe he's gone for it. He said, unbelievable. I think he was quite nicely surprised himself. And Cam Smith back down the hill. A little bit of a double breaker, I reckon. Right to left, left to right. Overall left to right putt though.
Not hit it. You can't leave it short down that hill. It's so quick, but he has.
Yeah, Ferguson's caddy there, Stevens. He was a pretty good player himself, former Scottish amateur semi-finalist.
Yeah, dude.
Stephen's also grown up in this neck of the woods as well, so knows it pretty well. There's a slope just left of the hole. Should encourage the ball to break left to right.
There you are. His stroke average over the. I mean, they played a few less rounds than you.
I missed mine. What was my stroke average?
71 point something.
Oh, that's all right.
Better than all right.
72 every time.
Just the 21 DP World
I was
Tour
happy
win.
with it. Come on, Euan. No. Had a chance, but just not quite.
Yeah, pity. The second shot was pretty spectacular. The birdie didn't quite match it. All those wins, Sam, and all those top 10s, but I mean, you've got legendary status. It's the Ryder Cup as well, really, that everyone kind of talks about, I suppose, and talks to you about.
Yes, yeah, had a couple of moments in that were pretty special, I must be honest.
Oh, extremely.
Captaincy beyond belief, just watch Russell.
Some winning putts as well.
Yeah, the captaincy was a million miles better than anything else I did in golf. It really was. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, Russell Knox was hoping, he's one that's come close to a Ryder Cup team a couple of times.
Yeah, he just missed out on Darren's team. He was very much considered.
Yeah, in 2018 as well, he had that first and second, didn't he? Back-to-back weeks. French Open, Irish Open. I think that's another fairway missed, is it, for Houghtonley? No, that'll work out.
That was a good one.
different pin positions, and today's pin similar to where it was on day one. I think 190 yards today, back towards the third to fourth.
An 8 o'clock wind as well. Pins in that front right portion of the green. Big false front just shy of it too. If you land this a little bit right, it should work its way back in. Anything left, it's working away from you. Little draw, just hold it against the wind, land nice and soft.
Shame, that would have looked really good to him.
It's quite an awkward yardage for Ferguson. 6-iron goes about 190. Wind a little bit down, mostly off your left though. I reckon it's got to be a solid 7. Brilliant par 3 this. Just looking into the horizon, it's just surrounded by the ocean.
Have you filled up the camera roll this week, Incy, with some of the pictures in this part of the course?
Always, Richard.
I know. It's spectacular.
From here onwards for the next few holes, it's absolutely stunning.
Another good swing from Ferguson. Beauty. You can always tell when you watch a player, if your finish is balanced, it's usually a very good swing.
Yeah, it works with Jamie Goff, the South African, does Euan Ferguson, and yeah, they seem to have it worked out.
He's a good, very good coach, Jamie.
Yeah, two decently hit tee shots at 11 down the right hand side.
Everything's working right off that slope. So you're coming down kind of at the...
Right at the 11.
Yeah, even the left edge of that tower would be good. It's going to work over there.
Come on.
Giving himself a wee nudge there. Come on, he said. Well, that's a beauty.
How does that not work?
He was hoping that would come a little bit further around towards the hole. Lovely strike from Russell Knox.
Likes to fade the ball. Lee Hao Tong, he sees aiming left, breezes off the left.
Now that's going to work off the slope very nicely.
Excellent. One of Lee Trevino's better lines was he was always a favourite of the ball. He always said, when you can talk to a fade, you can't talk to a hook. As the hook was always much more severe. You were there on Monday at the Champions Challenge. What a 4 ball
Yeah.
Georgia Hall's got with
Tiger, Rory and Lee Trevino. She won't get a word in, mind you.
What a thrill for her.
Oh, fantastic, and it's great that the RNA have made it an event for all. Some of the Edgar golfers as well are going to be playing in it too. No, it's a lot to look forward to in Scotland these 2 weeks. We're going to be crowning the Genesis Scottish Open champion on Sunday, the Champions Challenge on Monday, and the start of the 150th Open Championship at St Andrews from Thursday. A real joy.
Champion Golfer of the Year, what an announcement that is.
Yeah, Colin Morikawa off early, may even be there already.
Yes, 100%.
Spieth has left a few of these short from this range over the last 4 or 5 holes. Apologies, a little bit of problems with our camera there, but left that one short as well, I can see it. Two under par, he's the best score out on the course, equal best with Dylan Fratelli.
What's Cam got in, see?
Well, this whole green does slope right to left. I'd imagine you've got a much better camera angle than me, but my gut is telling me that this is actually a left to right putt. Just a little bit though. I've seen it from both sides. Initially I thought, oh, this is left to right. Normally I try to stick my first impressions, but this whole green does slope right to left. It's a funny one.
That's not a greens book in your hand, is it, Incy?
I don't have one, Sam.
Uh-huh.
They're not
It's just
allowed.
my eyes.
Camera, you're on camera, Incy.
They're not allowed anymore, Sam.
Not for the players.
There's no rules with the commentators, is there?
Correct. True. I've got one right in front of me.
Well, I'm saying left edge. You let me know which way this one goes.
Well, I think you're dead right.
He got it right. I think Euan just misread it. Shame. Another lovely shot in from that's 2 holes in a row where he hasn't made the most of his ball striking. There's the Lighthouse at Fidger Island. Inspiration for the book Treasure Island. Robert Louis Stevenson used to live round here, and the actual shape of the island is what you would see in the illustration of the book. That's just over beyond the 13th. We'll be off to shortly. Come on, Houghton. Could do with one of these.
Has to turn right, that putt. It's so annoying for a golfer. You can see the break, you know it's going to break, and sometimes it just doesn't.
Yeah, 198th out of the 204 players on the PGA Tour in strokes gained putting this season. Russell Knox, which is why he has turned to that broom handle putter. When you're that low down in that category, the only way is up.
Can't get any worse.
Well, not surprising, no one emerging on the first couple of pages of the leaderboard. The conditions maybe not as tough as they were yesterday, but still very tricky. It remains right now at 19 players under par, but if conditions remain like this, and we think they will, that could be less come Saturday night.
Can't we? Yeah. We're going to be looking at the cameraman, even right. Well, right further right of that, mate. I like to see we have like 5 people and then there's a gap. I like going right to the middle of that gap for the person in the blue.
Well, how gorgeous does that look? I mean, really.
Straight down. Straight down. More like this. Yeah, more like this.
You looking at Incy again?
What a hole, this 13th. You've got the beach to the left, Lighthouse in the distance, but you want to look at that right half of the fairway. Just the driving iron, no more than 270 yards off the tee is needed. Straight downwind today.
Perfect. Wonder whether anyone would have a pop.
Exactly what I was thinking about there. It's not strong enough yet. When it's hard and fast. Incy, do you think some really long hitter this afternoon might have a go at this?
Yeah, they might, but I don't think it's worth it. You know, you got out of bounds all the way down the left. You got pretty thick rough on the right, and spectators, don't forget. So you have to be extremely accurate to make the carry of the corner and get it on there, really. I just think long iron or hybrids for Ferguson, and then just to flick it with a wedge gives you a great birdie chance.
That looks perfect line. There's the green just there. Carry a drive to about just over this mound.
Picture postcards, our views. Could spend a long time down at this hole, the 13th. Yeah, I wonder later in the day maybe some players will have a go at that 13th hole. Back to the par 3 12th, Russell Knox.
Go, go.
Big up.
Oh, yeah.
Get up there. Go, get up there.
Great shot.
Well done.
左转右测试。是顺是吧？
有。
左转右顺。
170。
Oh, I told it. Set it. Go, go, go.
As you heard him say, he just pulled it, caught the slope, and then off down the front left of the green. Yeah. Tricky two-putt from there.
A nice Scottish feel. Yeah, the Genesis Scottish Open for our third round feature group coverage. Russell Knox in alongside Haotong Lee down at 12, and this at 13. Cameron Smith and Euan Ferguson. Been a good morning, certainly started well. 370 yards off the tee for Haotong Lee, left him 99 yards in, and off to a flyer.
It wasn't to last long.
It didn't last. Unfortunately, downhill from there for Haotong Lee.
Doubled the second. Now a great chip here at the 10th from Euan Ferguson. Almost made the eagle. Give me birdie.
Yeah, his first of the day. Cameron Smith plays the best of the four players we've been watching so far today. Some of the short game touches have been fantastic to watch. This was a good example of that here at the par 5 third. followed that birdie at 3 with this at 4.
Was never anywhere else, was it? Dead centre.
Would have been annoyed to have dropped a shot at 5, short par 4, but he wasn't happy with the second here at 10.
It's the understatement of the year.
I think we might see another highlight here. This is live at 13.
Again, that would have looked good to him, but it's come up a bit short.
I mean, good shot from Cam Smith. Just expected that to release a little bit more so downwind. Ferguson, 123 yards to go. Pins at the back. Looking to land this maybe where Cam Smith's ball is actually. Should take one bounce and stop on the second. Maybe favouring just right at the flag as well. Does camber right to left overall.
I think both would have been hoping for a little better than that. This is for birdie, but he'll take 2 putts from here.
Yeah, it's using the... I can't work that one out. Using a rescue or a 3-wood to putt with from the fairway, because normally you use it, it flattens the rough down and gives you a good contact on the ball, but when you're on the fairway, use the putter. That's what it's for.
And a bit of cargo on its way to Edinburgh.
He's had some lovely putts today with this method, hasn't he, Richard? I think he'll be pretty happy with the way it's working.
Not really dropping, but they're
no,
good putts.
But they're all good speeds. They're all got chances coming up to the hole. Beautiful shot of the lighthouse.
Yeah, seagulls circling. It really is a picture postcard at this part of the course. Used to have this as the front 9 over here. This was, they flipped it around. You can see why. Play these holes on the back. Yeah. Well done. The two putt with the rescue. The putter was a little better. So 3 for Hao Tong Lee at 12.
This is where all the photographers basically position themselves because it's so beautiful. I'm just standing near the 14th tee box, which overlooks the whole ocean and the green, and it's just breathtaking. When you think about the golfers that this is their office, it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I used to say that in Pro-Ams on the first tee to the 3 businessmen I'm playing with. Well, welcome to my office.
A little bit smug as well, hey?
Oh, absolutely. It was a great office for a long time. A little bit off the right, Incy?
Yeah, just a little bit overall. The whole green cambers that way.
Chance. Oh, no. How did that miss? Great effort.
Now, these players started the weekend on the cut mark. Smith 2 under par. At the moment, that's outside the top 30, but if he can stay around that, maybe pick up another birdie or 2, he'll be probably inside the top 20.
And then the wind gets up. He goes to sit at the scoreboard for the afternoon with a nice big coffee.
Good swing. Yeah.
That should come right round. It's far enough. It will be on the fairway. A huge bank there that brings it all back. Extremely unlucky if the rough holds it up there. Looks perfect.
Yeah, two very nicely played tee shots in position to strike.
Now Ferguson, has he learned anything? He didn't learn that it doesn't come from the right. Another beautiful putt. What a great chance to fall in. One birdie, one bogey for Euan today. Nothing happening for him.
Yeah, level par, though, is a decent score. There'll be a few of the leaders that I think might take that. Certainly Cameron Tringali. 2 over par for him yesterday after that unbelievable 61. I know he had the better of the weather, but still 22 putts helped. Max Homer is up and running. He played at North Berwick after 18 holes yesterday. He's done him no harm. He's just birdied the first, eagled the third, and suddenly he's up there at 1 under par. Everyone will be playing an extra 18 if he goes on from here.
One of the most interesting and fun golf courses you could ever play, North Berwick. It is just magnificent.
Yeah, I've been by the course. I've never played it.
Oh, it's wonderful.
It looks gorgeous as well.
It really is. There's another one in where we're staying, Kilspindy, in
Aberlady, yeah. And I walked around there yesterday. There was busy action there as well yesterday afternoon.
Just 6,000 yards long, but just a real treasure. And that's from a West Coast man giving all these compliments to the East Coast.
They must be good then.
I'll get sick when I go home. But it's true though, just wonderful golfing country. Both coasts. Right round. They say the Trump International at Aberdeen may be the best course on the planet. It's yet to be. We'll find out in years to come.
Par 3, 14th.
Good flight. Oh, it's a gorgeous shot again. Steady. There's a wall about 4 yards past that ball. But that's perfect spot.
Switch it off and back.
Try the camera end first. You wiggle the camera. That's camera end wiggling.
What are they hitting, Incy?
Well, it's an elevated tee box on the 14th. Exposed as well by the ocean to your right. Strong wind now. Into off your right. 161 yards. Playing yardage is 154, allowing for that downhill slope. But because it's straight into your face, I still think it's playing one more than its actual yardage. Should be a flighted down 7-9. Speaking to Gothy, his coach, before the round, just working on a slower takeaway to try and reduce that spin. Working on some width as well. So I'd imagine we'll see that right now.
Lovely sound of club face and ball there from Ferguson. And a great result. Well done.
Yeah, he has played some fabulous shots over the last hour. Just hasn't got much out of it. Russell Knox.
Bit of local knowledge from Russell Knox.
Well, he hasn't had a birdie since the first. This is probably an opportunity for him to add to that Haotong lead.
Reverse psychology from the commentator there. Well done, Richard.
Now the dog's been having a good time. He's got his shorts on. I don't think it's going to be any more than his ankles and toes.
And I can tell you one thing, they are freezing right now.
The dog's loving it though.
Oh, the dogs love the water. They absolutely love the water. I have 3 dogs. Love them dearly.
You miss them, don't you?
Oh.
Last couple of years I've had the first dog in my life.
Oh, God. Did your
he's
parents
wonderful.
not grew up with dogs?
No, no.
That's where it starts, if your mum and dad had a dog.
It's better late than never.
That old story, how do you know who likes you best, your wife or your dog? You lock them both in the boot of the car and come back in an hour and see who's pleased to see you.
Do not try that at home.
No.
Birdie putt for Cam Smith. Should break off your right, straighten up towards the end. Up the hill though.
Never quite got the speed of it into, did he?
It's another one short, and it's become a theme.
Overall, very little in this for Ferguson. It's up the hill. If there's anything, it's definitely inside the cup. He's come close a few times now. Would love to see one go in.
Good try from Ferguson. Just brushed the right edge. Better speed to his putt.
I think he's had birdie looks from inside 20 feet every hole on this back nine, Ferguson. Just the one to show for it. Still won't drop for Russell Knox. You know, we talk about the putting issues. It's still been a, 37 now. Russell Knox still had a career, hasn't he? I mean, man of money's won both sides of the Atlantic.
Out on lee for birdie. That's better.
Yeah, we'll see plenty of birdies today at 13, but it's been a long time coming, that. Smiles back.
You see it again. This is, I would imagine, going to come off the right bank and spin down to the flag. Or he's just going straight at it. Gorgeous.
Yeah, so that birdie takes out on Lee back to 5 over par. The leader right now is at -7, as he will be at least for a few more hours, Cameron Tringali. Yeah, a lot of Americans on that page. Jordan Smith, the odd man out. He's been playing so nicely this season. There's a runner-up finish to show for it, but hasn't won since he won the Porsche European Open back in 2017. Matt Fitzpatrick, not so long since he last won.
No. It's funny with Jordan Spieth, though, and I remember him winning that and thinking, wow, what a player this kid's going to be. He may still become one of the greatest in the world.
Max Homa, multiple winner now on the PGA Tour. Obviously inspired by what he did at North Berwick last night.
Now that boy can play. Max Homa, wonderful swing.
Yeah, the next step you feel for him is challenging at a major. I know he played decently at the US Open. Yeah, 3 under par through 4 holes. Good going from Homa, to say the least.
20 players under par, Richard. It's getting closer to 23.
Yeah, still feel good. Still feel good where I'm at. Fifteenth tee. Wind coming off the Firth.
Looks perfect. Misses the bunkers.
You can't see those bunkers, 5 of them dotted down the right side from the tee.
It's a great par 4. 488 yards.
Bunker that's through, you can see like 2 like little green
Didn't see if he go in the bunker.
Coming down there.
I can't quite see from here. It's 391 yards away. Oh, Smith has probably got to watch out for it. I know it sounds like it's a long way away, but downwind, firm fairways, it's potentially in play. Favouring the left-hand side with a little fade would be perfect. Right-hand side of this fairway is peppered with bunkers.
Yeah, sorry for Cam Smith's language, but he knew he was going into one of those 5 aforementioned bunkers. And I think he's going to be right up against the face of it as well. Downhill.
Par 3, 14th.
Oh my God.
No, it's miles left. Oh, it's not that bad. Still putting.
Judging the drop, judging the wind. Abbreviated follow through for Knox. Asking for the wind to take it.
Yeah. Excellent shot.
What a gorgeous day. Who's your money on? You look at Xander Schauffele and Matt Fitzpatrick, Ricky Fowler, they've come from that tougher side of the draw. Very impressive to see them on the first page of the leaderboard. We know what Rasmus Højgaard's all about, just 21 years of age. The twins here, Nikolai, have already emerged.
Great to see Ricky Fowler on the leaderboard. Not seen that for a while.
If that's how it ended after 4 days, Ricky Fowler would be in the Open next week at St Andrews as well. Some great pairings to go later. If I said to you had a choice to go and watch Jordan Spieth out with Jon Rahm as a 2-ball, or Ricky Fowler out with Matt Fitzpatrick, who are you choosing?
Rahm all day. I love Rahm's game.
There'll be a lot of talking going on
with
Rahm and Spieth out there.
Or a lot of listening.
Yeah, it's Fidger Island. I mean, if you were sort of doing a tourist board advert at the moment, you'd kind of stick on these pictures. It's not a manned lighthouse anymore on Fidger Island.
What a waste of a nice house. I would live there.
Yeah, but popping down to the shops...
The wife wouldn't come.
Which is... Yeah, I won't go there. I was going to say, getting a pint of milk might be tricky, though.
Yes. Oh, they'll be delivering them by drones very shortly.
Yeah, make it a bit easier. So 2 in the bunkers. Ferguson coming out sideways.
Actually, almost backwards.
Can Smith advance this at all, Wincy?
I think it's a big ask, Richard, on a slight uphill slope. I'd imagine looking to just get this out. The fescue in front's pretty thick and tall too.
You have to give them so much care and attention. When it's a nothing shot, you're not advancing, you're not doing anything, you're just putting it back in play. And sometimes you just be a bit blasé and rush it and leave it in there or make an even worse mistake. Really got to focus on them. And look at Lee Hao Tong. Coming right across the green here at 14. Steady. Steady. Well, that's excellent. Good speed.
So third shots now into this par 4 for both these players.
.158 yards to go for Ferguson. Pin's right at the back. It should slope left to right. Straight downwind too. So using to ride that a bit.
A huge bounce there. He'll have that for his par, Euan. Poor tee shots cost them here. Very slow up here.
Coming in sort of later, trying to get it down. And we can maybe go depending on what suits the number. 7, what's that? 98. 1 over here. 7 short of 98. Right there. Yep. Happy?
Sam's the caddy of Cameron Smith from New Zealand.
.116 yards, looking to land this about 100 yards or so, straight downwind off your left. Got to pitch this short left for it to release, 1 hop and stop.
Nice.
Chance to save his park.
You know, golf's not perfect. You win. Things can happen. Cam Smith winning the water at 18 at Sawgrass. Still got the job done against Anna Banlahiri, one of those that missed the cut by 1 this week.
Didn't Adam Scott do that when he won as well? Pulled his second into the water at last, then upped and downed it to win by 1.
Yeah. Must be an Aussie thing.
Yeah. My favourite shot in there was definitely Hal Sutton with his "Be the Right Club Today."
Yeah, Shane Lowry at the Irish Open kind of put his own little version on it,
Yes.
didn't he?
Yes.
Another stat for Sam Torrance there. You should be blushing by now, Sam.
It's embarrassing, 71.85.
It wasn't. They weren't playing par 70s though, like they are this week.
Yeah.
Callum Hill, the number 1 there amongst the Scottish players. Well, it's Connor Syme who's leading the Scottish contingent so far in the chase for the Jock McVicar Trophy as the leading Scot.
Little downhill putt, but back into the wind though. I would prefer Cam Smith's putt over Euan Ferguson's. If anything, a little bit off your right, winds off your right as well. Maybe just outside right edge should do.
Oh, he hasn't hit it.
So Ferguson will make a bogey 5 at this 15th hole. Back on the tee is the DP World Tour's winner of Germany a couple of weeks ago, Hao Tong Lee.
Yeah.
He's going to miss those bunkers down the right.
Going
to have one of those flyer lies again. At least we'll understand what he's saying when he's talking.
Exactly. Well, the grass is going with him, which is a big aid in a situation like that. It's not like the grass is against you.
Straight up for Cam Smith to try and save par. Really not seeing much in this. I mean, the wind is quite strong off the left. I think if it's going to move anyway, maybe just inside the left edge.
Well, it's been a pleasure to watch on the greens. Second day in 3 that we've been watching Cam Smith in our feature group coverage. Seen him roll a few of these in. And there's another. Great par save.
Back on the tee, 3 wood for Knox.
Good swing.
Good swing, called by the caddy. It's got to be straight.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What a miscut. Been a rarity in over the last year for Scotty Scheffler. Watching some of the action from where the clubhouse is. Obviously not in a hurry to head round the coast. He'll be among the favourites for the Open Championship next week. Yeah, we had 14 of the world's top 15 starting the week, 7 remaining. Winner of the Masters this year, the standout of those 4 wins he's had. 4 wins in 56 days when you haven't won before on the PGA Tour.
Straight to #1 in the world. Wonderful 6 weeks, wasn't it? However long it took.
Now 3 months without a win. He's on a drought, isn't he?
They've been asked if you think he'll ever win again. Par 5, 16th. It's low and left and see.
Couldn't quite see that finish up.
No, I think it's bunker.
Teeserman moved forwards by 37 yards. He's still a beast of a par 5, to be honest. Requires 2 good shots to reach into, straight into the wind. Got 2 bunkers on the left, about 255 yards or so to reach the first. Playing about 290. If you can favour the right hand side, keep the flight down a bit, give yourself a good chance.
That looks a beauty, straight down the middle.
Yeah, if you haven't had a chance to see Euan Ferguson in action, I'm sure you've been impressed by what you've seen. I know he's 1 over par for his round, but it's been some fabulous ball striking from him. Here was another good example. Exactly where you want to be.
He does look good, really good swing. Great timing, good balance.
Yeah, on the Challenge Tour last year, I mean, he got himself into a lot of really good positions and couldn't get the win, but it still was good enough for him to finish 6th on those rankings. Get his DP World Tour
card. The car. Top 15, is it?
Yeah, I think it's top 20 now for this year. You're in the middle of the season on the road to Mallorca, as it's called.
189, 192.
There's a flying light.
Well, we're here, won't we?
It should.
The only words would understand.
就像打一个昨天那样的球，159，落10码小，不止吧，150，哇，你这打的150顺风，150顺风，135 flyer line。你要想你现在打的这个杆儿，不会很高，不会滚那么多呀？会的。
First of those 3 wins was his home Open, China Open. Then he saw off Rory McIlroy at the Dubai Desert Classic before that win a couple of weeks ago in Germany at Golf Club Eichenried. 190 yards to the hole here for Lee.
Good bounce.
I did get a good bounce. That's done well to get right up to the back of the green. Excellent shot.
往右弹一下。
Russell Knox has backed off it a couple of times, just not settled with the wind, not exactly sure where it's coming from. A good chance here for him. He likes it. Oh, he certainly does. Is it perfect? Ooh. Wonderful shot from Russell Knox.
Cameron Smith in the bunker again, Incy.
Definitely going to test his patience.
I think he's going to go backwards, isn't he?
Yeah, you don't have a stance really or a shot. You need to go sideways. And even if you do get it out, it's a long way in for your 3rd shot.
He's going straight ahead, and see he's got no way. He can play it backwards, but I think it's just jungle. Is that a meant shank? He meant to do it. Oh.
Time to let it out.
There's a true story of a player who three-putted the green, came off the green and started kicking his bag, and he kicked it like 5, 6 times. The other guy still got a putt from 8 feet, and he looks over and says, "Are you finished?" And the guy says, "No, just one more." And the player on the putting green says, "You do know you're kicking my bag." True story. They were both Titleist or whatever person who's kicking the wrong bag.
And you can't name names?
No.
No. Of course you can't.
Still a long way away for Euan Ferguson. 299 yards to go. I mean, it's a blind second shot. Hitting it way over the fescue from this angle. You can barely see the TV tower beyond the screen as well. Just trying to wave off some cameramen out the way.
Okay, I was worried that was you for a moment.
So aiming way right from this angle. Like I said, blind second shot. If you get a good landing spot, it can just trickle down. I still think it'll be testy though to reach into. Would almost quite like to see drive off the deck, to be honest.
Yeah, Ram did that yesterday. And so it was quite special. Oh, he's got it really low and turning. He's got a chance, isn't he?
Yeah, got hold of that one. Well, that was a great result for Tong Lee. Back amongst the birdies at 13. Never high enough. Didn't make a cut last year until, well, past this time of year. It wasn't until later on in the year that he did. He finished the season okay.
Not a happy bunny, but still having a crack at it. Fairway metal. I'm hitting this way over the fescue. So he feels like he can get some sort of strike on it. Sam, you made a point on 15. If you can lay up properly, it's testing his frustration, ending up in the rough.
Sit. Sit. Oh my god, that's going so fast.
Mood not improved. We're down there to see where their second and third shots respectively went from Messrs. Ferguson and Smith. Now, come on, the new putter. Do its job. Oh, Russell. Oh, again, it didn't look a bad stroke.
It's a good putt.
Right, let's pop back up to 16, and that is the ball of Cameron Smith. The mood might change in a moment.
Is it the right green though? What a shot. Chance for birdie. That would be a birdie and a half.
Oh yeah. Well, he made a great 4 at the last out of the bunker. He could make an even better 4 out of the bunker this time. That's Shame we couldn't get a follow of that ball flight. It's difficult, isn't it? Because it's coming up and over the hill. It's blind.
It probably ran most of the way as well.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh my God, that's gone so far." It's perfect.
Last good chance as well to make birdie. Ferguson's just short of the green right. See, amazing how the mood can change in a matter of minutes.
Absolutely. Knocked the putt in, birdie the last 3. 2.
I mean, 18. I saw a stat yesterday that said the 18th is playing the hardest hole on the PGA Tour since the 18th at Merion in 2013's US Open.
Which is extraordinary, isn't it? That was Euan, I think, said that. Incredible stat.
So don't expect to see a birdie down 18 is the answer to that.
Slight downhill slope, ball below his feet for Ferguson. We land this a few yards on the green, it will kick forwards. So you can add a little bit of loft that you set up. It's going to help you out. It kind of all trickles front to back. Especially chipping up into elevated green tends to release a bit more so.
Brilliant shot there. A nice little spin on it at the end. A great chance for birdie. And watch this again. Watch the club face when he comes through, how open he holds it right through the shot. Look at that, just left hand just turns under and it's just gorgeous.
I think there might be a bit of damage to Cameron Smith's ball. They're just showing Euan Ferguson back on the tee. Hao Tong Lee. Got to avoid those bunkers. Oh, it's good now.
That's a big hit there from Hao Tong Lee.
What a shot out the rough with the fairway metal. Some 4 this would be. Back up the hill. Seeing a little bit of left to right in this one.
He had 28 putts the first 2 days, Cameron Smith, heading for something similar today. If he 2-putted the last 3 greens, he'd be 28 putts, so he'd be hoping for something and maybe even better. What a really good putt from this kind of length for par at the last. Pity. But I think after the tee shot.
Oh. After the second shot as well. Hey, pitches, please give me a 5. Still 2 under for the day. I don't think anybody's better on the course.
Yeah.
Mark Holmes up to now, we'll find out.
Yeah. But certainly no one deep into their round. Got a few players on the back 9 here, a couple under like Smith.
Yeah, Holmes held on. He's still 3 under after 6 holes. So Ferguson for birdie. Just to get back to level for the day. Well done.
Yeah, it's just the second birdie of the day. They both come on the 2 par 5s on this back 9. Delicious chip shot. Oh. Russell Knox. Driven the ball beautifully.
He's trying to hit a hard hook there, aiming well right, but he's just left it out a little bit. Will it get out? No, shame. Just be a layup. I know we did see an incredible shot from Cam Smith there, but he was probably 30, 40 yards ahead of that. Lee Hao Tong, he can definitely reach the green.
Well, it's a late start for the leaders. 3:40 is when Gary Woodland and Cameron Tringali will be heading off the first tee. American dominated first page of the leaderboard.
Neiman looked very impressive yesterday, Richard.
Yeah.
Joachim. He's one of my favourite actors, Joaquin Phoenix. I can't try to get the right pronunciation. It's not even close.
I was going to come in, but listen, you go with what you like, sir. No one likes to know it all anyway, do they?
They don't like I know nothing even more.
True, but somewhere in between. Those cars are gone.
They're gone. They're probably not. Hopefully, they're still sitting there. The pin's back centre today.
But the keys have been handed over.
Yes, you saw that. That was nice.
Yeah, the flag yesterday was on the bottom level to the right as we're looking at the moment, to the left where the players are. Not going to be easy to get to this flag though.
No, that's a tricky one. It's got to be virtually perfect distance to stay in that part of the green. A lot will be coming down the hill short.
Is it getting windier now?
I think it's still a 2.5 club wind. If anything, maybe sometimes if it's gusting, a 3 club wind. But overall, it's just been like this since the 4th hole, really. And the wind on the 17th is straight off your right. 203 yards to the pin. Middle back section. Got a bit of a backstop, but you're not really looking to use it. Looking to start this on the right half. Ride the wind a little bit. Anything left of this pin might go down. There's a little bowl in that front left corner. So you can stay on the high side. That's the play that you want to go for. It's just a 6-iron for Euan Ferguson.
Gorgeous swing. Does the touch right of the flag maybe? Oh, nice kick. Come on. That's okay.
There's 183 yards to cover the front. And that front portion of the right side of the green does kick slightly front to back. So as long as you kind of carry that, from there it should release right to left with the wind too. So it's a 190 shot, should be the perfect 7-iron.
Okay.
Now that is going to be a difficult part. It's coming right along that ridge there.
Yes. Tricky closing holes, aren't they? 17 with that flag is today. 18 has just played a beast all week. This is at 16, here to 2 for Russell Knox. We saw him go right off the tee, so laid up to here. Just gave himself a wedge in. And a pretty good wedge it is. There are some birdies about from some of the later starters. We're watching the 5th and 6th pairings out in terms of our feature group coverage. These players still a good hour or 2 for some of them before they head out.
This is his original, correct. Copy.
That's Leo Tom's 3rd. Not for birdie. Excellent chip. Richard, have you got the tee on the last? How far up is it? You got that?
I haven't got the call set up for that
yet.
See if I can. No, don't worry. But we'll get it before we get to 18. We'll get it for you. Yeah, just been messaged it now. 39 yards it's up, which is very similar to how it was yesterday. Didn't seem to help much. Well, there's no doubt, is there, looking at those parts, who's got the trickier here in seat?
That's an obvious answer for me. This is probably the worst type of putt I've seen all season. I mean, you couldn't have left yourself in a worse spot. Right on the spine. Foot right, it's breaking to the right. A foot left, it's breaking to the left. Shy of pace, it can go either way. It's just really tough, Richard.
It's one of those ones that make you look very foolish. Isn't it?
There's a bit of a mound just short of the pin from where Cam Smith's ball is, which is why if it's either side of the mound, it can break either way. Line and pace is seriously key right now for this 50-foot putt.
Yeah, if you're able to get this down in 2 from here, you're going, let's get to the 18.
You've held a very good second putt, I think.
Well, he generally has, hasn't he, Cameron Smith?
I mean, you can have the right line and the incorrect pace. It's breaking the wrong way. It's crucial to get both elements correct.
Those grandstands will be ram-packed later this afternoon. In fact, it's pretty good. I mean, these are groups 5 and 6, or pairs 5 and 6. So we're watching. The grandstand behind them on the first tee was even full, wasn't it, at 10 o'clock this morning? Now we know how good his putting touch is. He's going to need it here, Smith.
Let's wish him luck. Oh, what a putt.
Wonderful execution.
Yeah, the 18th, which is coming next for these players. Only 3 pairs through. We've already had 2 bogeys and a double bogey. Birdies, the order of the day at 16. Fair to say Russell Knox is due one. Hallelujah. New title sponsor for this Scottish Open. 40th edition, 50th year. There was a gap, wasn't there, where it feels hard to think about it, but the Scottish Open wasn't on the calendar, on the DP World Tour, or European Tour as it was.
Not sure how many years that was for.
Yeah, it's about 10 years in total that there wasn't one. Look at that. Never too young to come and see your first DP World Tour, PGA Tour event. Not sure how much of the action that little one's going to take in. Not going to stop Mom's fun, though.
Loving look, wasn't it?
Been a while since my youngest was that age, though.
Me too. A little tester here for you and Ferguson. Well done.
As it was at the start of the day, 3 over par, Euan Ferguson. Cameron Smith putting together one of the best rounds of the early starters.
A wonderful 2-putt from Cameron Smith. He stays a couple under for the day.
Yeah, and the one drop shot that came at 5. I mean, it just at the time it just seemed such a needless bogey when he was playing so well.
Good birdie for Lee Hao Tong.
Turning into a very good back 9 for Hao Tong Lee.
Two very different birdies, huh? Yeah, two very different birdies.
Now here it is, the beast that is 18, all the 4s, 444 yards, but the other 4, the par, is not so easy to get. Why is it so tough then, Sam?
Well, it's just a great hole and it's straight into the wind, very tight fairways, very severe bunkering. Just a smidgen offline with your tee shot and you're pitching out sideways, and then hitting the wood in. It's just played very tough. Some great runoffs on the green too that leave you a very difficult chip. But come tomorrow night, somebody's going to be very happy walking off it. This is a touch left, is it? Okay.
It's played 4.65 for the week so far. Apologies again if you heard that language over my voice there. Into the bunker, I think, Incy.
So you've got the principal nose, 2 pot bunkers on the right half. The bunker on the left is in play. The tee's been moved further forwards by almost 40 yards. But it's not making this hole any easier, trust me. You still need to carry that bunker on the right, put yourself into position. Even the approach shot's tough.
It looks perfection.
That will do very nice. Smith and Ferguson close to home.
am saying is right.
No, he's just saying it. Isn't he?
Alright.
Go ahead, Todd.
Ouch.
Ouch, exactly. Another yard, hits a downslope, runs down to 5 feet.
That's it, as long as it's not turning, right?
Well, Jordan Smith and his caddy aren't going to forget this hole in a hurry.
No.
Yes, I love it. Golf shot.
No bogeys between these two on the back nine.
Oh, magnificent, magnificent. Hello, hello, hello. Another car? No, they're gone.
They're gone. It's one and done, Sam. One and done. But you can still make a one.
Yeah.
Right club.
That was so close. The caddy was really annoyed.
Because they might not be aware that there's only one chance.
Is it done after one?
I think they're talking about it now. Can you hear behind here? Yeah. Great tee shot though from Russell Knox.
They both stopped to watch it and know it's close.
Great shot.
So close. My goodness me. Fraction less pace.
In fact, I'm just thinking about, because he's playing with Hao Tong Lee, he won that Irish Open in almost an identical way that Hao Tong Lee won in Germany a couple of weeks ago. He was in a playoff with Ryan Fox and hold, I think it was a 30-footer to get into the playoff and then a 40-footer to win the playoff as well.
Wow.
Just thought of that. We saw that Euan Ferguson found the bunker off the tee. He's popped it out. Looking at this 18th hole. How many birdies do you think there have been at 18 all week so far, Sam?
6.
Good shout. 1 out. 5.
Is that only 5?
Only 5 birdies, yeah. Still Euan Ferguson's turn. Is it, Izzy?
It looks like it, Richard. You talked about the difficulty of the second shot onto 18. It's because it's like an upside down saucepan. If you miss it left or right, it's working away from you. It makes that target much smaller. And when this pin position on the back left, it's probably the most inaccessible one. So I'd imagine for Euan Ferguson, a 5 would be at best. But still, you never know.
But it looks good. Just a fraction short. Very tough to get it up on that top level though. That'll be a really tough pin all day.
I don't want to call it the bailout. The short right where Euan Ferguson's ball's finished. Is the safe spot. 195 yards to go, at least a 4-iron. To be honest, I think it's a 3, but it just puts you off because you don't want to go long. Just trying to keep the flight down of a 4-iron. Little low riding draw right to left. Starting it in the heart, work it towards the flag. If it goes up, it's a bonus.
Is he the one with the 2 3-irons, is he?
He is indeed, Sam.
I hope he picked the right one. He doesn't like it at all, though. Just hung on, I think.
Well, 2 from there for around a 68 for Cameron Smith. Shot a 68 on day 1. 75, a damaging round yesterday for the world number 6. Back to the par 3 17th. We saw Hao Tong Lee come up short of the green. He's chipped up to here.
Well, it was a poor chip, but it was a great putt. Well done.
He's an entertainer, Hao Tong Lee. He's a funny guy. Not short of confidence.
I'll bet he's really good at karaoke.
I haven't seen that.
To be really good at karaoke, I think you have to be really bad. Boys out in the balcony. Above the 60, I think that is.
Yeah. Some light refreshments being enjoyed all round. Now, got to be a 2. It is. Back-to-back birdies, Russell Knox. He's under par now for the round.
Just a wonderful tee shot. Have another look at it here. I think if this goes in, Mr. Kaufman, that the sponsors would dig out another car for them. I just feel that.
They find some keys from somewhere.
I think they're very generous sponsors. Magnificent shot. What an exciting that would have been if they hadn't been a hole-in-one yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. It is an $8 million prize fund this week. So
yes, absolutely.
What do you mean by generous? Cameron Smith found the sand.
Well, for the viewers at home, this would be your nightmare. On a downhill slope, elevated green, and a Genesis car and the clubhouse in the background.
Shouldn't be thinking these thoughts, didn't see.
Trust me, they'd be thinking it.
It looks good. A little bit quick. Played it nicely.
I promise you, Sam, she's right. If that was me in there, that windscreen would be in danger. Well, it's going to be a while before the final pairs are gathered here at 18 in the later evening. Hopefully sunlight. The forecast suggests it will be sunny for most of the day.
Yeah, it's pretty settled, Richard. It looks like it's going to be good. It's almost perfect links weather for golf. It's not too tough and it's not too easy. A good golf will be rewarded.
I think we've seen a bit of that.
Yeah, it's been fun today, hasn't it? Not that it's fun. Every day, it is.
So par putt remaining for Euan Ferguson.
From the middle of the green, putting it up the tier to the top of the plateau. This is moving left to right.
Realistically, 2 putts for 71, I think.
And still in the hunt to be leading Scot. Connor Syme will start his third round shortly at 1 under par. Ferguson will fall back at, one would assume, to 4 over once he's done here.
When did they start putting the white paint round the hole? I can't remember when that started, because it used to be so visible.
Yeah.
When you watch the, like now, you will see it.
Yeah, I don't know is the answer. Must be a reason why they did stop though.
A reasonably good bunker shot for Smith.
His last bogey came at that 5th hole, which is not far away from here.
Relentless. Great round for Smith, 68.
Yeah, impressive. Matches his opening day's effort as well. Good putting round as well. I mean, that was another example there. 27 putts in total for Cameron Smith today. Betters his previous 2 days' account by 1. And he's moved from the cut mark to just outside the top 30. One would imagine he'll be close to the top 20 by the end of the day at +1.
Hope he's lying. No. I don't think him any would have to be under par with. Big putt for Euan Ferguson here. He's played really nicely today. Nothing gone for him. And this is for bogey 71. Well done. Well done. At the end of the day, 71 will be quite a good score.
Again, it was just that finish yesterday. Bogeyed this hole, but he had a string of bogeys at the end of the round. He wasn't alone with that. But this is 2 very good tee shots. Down 18 from Euan Knox.
Difficult shot for Liao Tong here. Hits the ball very high, get into a strong wind.
Go.
Oh, it's a wonderful shot. Oh, I thought that was just, and there it is. Excellent shot.
Maybe birdie number 6 of the week at 18 coming up. 188 yards left for
if we had no wind,
Russell Knox.
We'd be probably cool.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it.
I'm totally on that. Similar to the last one where you don't need it like really riding it, turning it. Golf shot.
Yeah. I mean, the other is obviously we could play the kind of a shot that he just did.
There is no wrong play. It's a matter of you calling the shot you want to hit.
Yeah, I think it's a 200-yard shot.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. Yeah. All right. Commit.
So I told you what the yardage was, 188 yards, and now they've said it's a 200-yard shot.
That's because of the wind.
Naturally. Like the last, they said. That would be handy.
I love the way he said there's no wrong call. You're calling it. Pulled it.
Down. Sit.
Oh my goodness, not so bad. Just sit there, it'll be fine. That's okay, Russell, not too bad.
Yeah. Russell Knox birdied the last 2. Hopefully 2 putts from there for a 69. Nine under par led after 18 holes, 7 under now. Some players now emerging on the leaderboards. Max Homer with that birdie at the first, eagle at the third. Dean Burmester has birdied that 3rd hole. Birdie starts for the likes of Justin Rose. Jordan Spieth's birdied the 1st as well. So interesting to see how those players, and if someone can, from that bunch of players starting around level par, they can go out, shoot 65, 66. It's a tough ask in these conditions, but they'll be right in the melting pot.
Conversely, Spieth's playing partner, John Rahm, started bogey.
Yeah.
Shame. I was looking for a big charge from him today. Vegas birdied it, and Patrick Cantley just birdied it, the first.
Best score so far in the house, and this is only the 6th 2-ball coming through, but those the 68s we saw Cameron Smith, 68 from Mikko Korhonen. Look at that scoring average. Well, we started the day talking about Russell Knox and the broom handle putter that he only put in the bag just a few days before he headed off to his homeland of Scotland. And it's only the 3rd competitive round after Thursday and Friday's efforts where he's been using it. It's only 40 inches long, but just felt, just looked at his putting stats really throughout his career, just thought something needs to change, and that is the change that's been made. So far, I think should be in brackets with that. Needs 2 putts from here to remain that way too.
He certainly does, and this is a long putt. See his action, just pull it back with the right hand and just knock it through. Very simple. He said go as soon as he hit it. He knew he hadn't hit it hard enough, and he's left himself a very tricky 4-footer for a 69.
Went out in 38, Hao Tong Lee, but he's got a chance to produce a really good back nine if he can pop this in, come back in 32, get himself level par for the round. Driven the ball a lot better today than he did yesterday. He hit 2 fairways on day 2.
Well, hopefully the last part of the day for Lee Hao Tong. Taking it back to level for the day, as Richard said. He's got it, he's got it. Not quite the same reactions as a couple of weeks ago on the last green, but getting there. No, that's very good. Great back nine.
Yeah, last 6 holes 3 under par. There'll be a lot of players in the field this afternoon saying, I'll have a bit of that. Understandably delighted. Back to 3 over par. Gives him a few extra hours in bed, that. Well done.
Great stuff. 69 for Russell Knox, 70 for Lee Hao Tong.
That's some good golf all round, I think, from the players in our featured group.
He drove the ball beautifully, Knox, didn't he?
Yeah.
Virtually every fairway.
That's the strength of his game.
Pleasure to watch.
Yeah. It's like you watch Cam Smith putting, you watch him going off the tee, you think Smith's going to hold it, you think he's going on the fairway. And it's good to see how Tong Lee getting back his game to where it had been previously, top 50 in the world, falling so far out, but now working his way back.
And really nice after the win to come out and make the cut comfortably, well not comfortably, but make the cut. Nice round today. So the run continues.
Well, something's tickled them. What are your thoughts on? I mean, not on what we've seen, Sam. Just your thoughts on the day ahead and what to expect given the conditions that we've seen on the golf course so far.
What we've seen today shows I think there's a score out there. Somebody can shoot a 65 or 6 today if the wind doesn't get up too much. Pins are quite accessible, and it's playing very fair. So I think a great day's golf's ahead.
Yeah, Max Homer's gone out and shot the front 9 of 32.
3 under after 3, so you get the good starts there as well to get your engine running. I think we should just stay in here, Richard. We'll do this again and watch the afternoon feature.
Don't worry, I'll be watching some golf this afternoon. Yeah, there's a score to be had out there. Cameron Tringali and Gary Woodland will be your final 2 ball. They go off still an hour and a half from now. 3-shot lead. At the top of the leaderboard, dominated by the Americans. Top 3 all from the USA in this co-sanctioned event between the PGA and DP World Tours. Been a fun 3rd round so far at the Genesis Scottish Open. I mean, as you'd expect, given the talent here. You look at that page, there is, so much talent in the field. And a golf course that has been demanding and testing. The sun shining, but with the wind blowing. We have seen the players having to battle like they haven't really had to before on this Tom Doak layout.
Beautiful aerial shot of the course, Richard, isn't it?
It really is. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our feature group coverage this morning. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. The main feast is yet to come. Enjoy.